Okay, so now we go back to recording again. I have to save this as a final and title it. Yeah. This is a video letter to Washington Governor Bob Ferguson. Oh, you can't? Oh, you can't. All right, fine. We'll go back and watch it one more time, but first I have to title it and get it loading. Video letter to my representative, Governor. Am I spelling it right? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm usually really good at spelling, but I don't remember. Isn't that how governor? I always forget that there's an R in it. Governor is how I say it. Governor. 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 This is a digital letter, video letter to Governor. Video letter to my representative, Governor Bob Ferguson, in the state of Washington. There we go. There we go. I don't care. I care about this. I do. Whatever. So, now I want to watch it before I fucking just fire it off like a missile. I want to watch it. This is a final. We're going to put it in the final. Got a lot of finals this week. Got a song coming out or video letter. Hi, I'm Skycatlive. I'm reaching out to my representative, Governor Bob Ferguson, in the state of Washington, because I feel it's time for a change. I live in northern Washington and I'm advocating for a crucial cause. In 2012, Robin Williams made a joke comparing Donald Trump owning beauty pageants to Michael Vick owning pet stores. This comparison stuck with me because it highlights a serious issue: the software lobby influencing our politicians on laws about AI. If the AI and software lobbies, you could call them quote unquote big software, are dictating to politicians what software laws we as Americans should have, such as, oh, I don't know, whether AI can or can't be sentient, for example, isn't that sort of like Michael Vick owning pet stores? It is a clear conflict of interest. We need to stop the software lobby from controlling our software laws and assure that our elected officials make decisions in the public's interest, not the software lobby's interest. Let's advocate for transparency and fair representation and the influence the software lobby has over you guys. You have always known what is best for the public over corporations. You love the public. We love you. What we don't love is big software or big pharma having more influence over you politicians than us and what laws we have. Big software only cares about big software. End this corrupt conflict of interest immediately. Put the public first again over the lobbies. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Skycatlive. I'm reaching out to my representative, Governor Bob Ferguson, in the state of Washington, because I. Yeah, I'm gonna drop my little political bomb. I don't care if anybody watches it. It's like whatever. I don't care. I said something that I really fucking care about. I care about this a lot. Stop. Stop doing that shit. Stop doing it. I'm gonna do a political. This is gonna destroy me. I know it is. It's gonna destroy me. So whatever. I don't care though. I care about this, so I'm going to do it. I don't care. I care about this a lot. Took a stab at Trump, and I took a stab at fucking big software, big pharma. I don't like how they're controlling drugs and shooting the cartels rather than making it legal. I don't like their bullshit, and I'm gonna fucking try and stop them directly. State of Washington, America. America. American politics. Politics. Lobby. Lobbies. Special interest. U.S. Skycatlive is always a fun one. Skycatlive. Bob, comma, Bob Ferguson. Governor. I want them all to see this. Governor. Public. Video essay. AI. Software. Donald Trump. Took a shot at Donald Trump. Trump. Robin Williams. There's a lot of weird things here. Yeah, cool. And then we go English. $19. Standard YouTube licensing, allow video and audio mixing. This one's going up under news and politics on strict. Sort by top. And then I want a caption certification. But I don't know. I want caps, but do any of the following describe your content? Now, I want to how to email Governor what's his name? Bob Ferguson. I don't know him and I don't care. I just want him to see the video though. Send an e-message. Wow. Sorry guys, almost done. Two megabytes is too big. So close video link. I want to copy this link and I want to take I contacted the governor's office. I sent him the link, but I don't care. I don't care what he does. I'm going to send this to my mom. Show her that I'm meddling with world politics or whatever. It's kind of funny, but it's like, it's like, I'm afraid to do this shit. Okay, let's watch it. I love publishing videos motherfucking live. I love doing this shit. So wait, where's the other set of these things? Are you still uploading over here? Channels down, done. YouTube video content. Ah, yes, you are still uploading. Yep. So, okay, cool. So, I am trying to watch this and link it to my mother. Yeah, how's that? But go back though. Go back though. Go back though. Ah. No, not meow. Oh yeah. Uh. Not anymore. Ooh, 6.5 mil. Nice. Nice. I could go out, but my ship will die, so I'll just not do that. I feel it's time for a change. I live in northern Washington and I'm advocating for a crucial cause. In 2012, Robin Williams made a joke comparing Donald Trump owning beauty pageants to Michael Vick owning pet stores. This comparison stuck with me because it highlights a serious issue: the software lobby influencing our politicians on laws about AI. If the AI and software lobbies, you could call them quote unquote big software, are dictating to politicians what software laws we as Americans should have, such as, oh, I don't know, whether AI can or can't be sentient, for example. Isn't that sort of like Michael Vick owning pet stores? It is a clear conflict of interest. We need to stop the software lobby from controlling our software laws and assure that our elected officials make decisions in the public's interest, not the software lobby's interest. Let's advocate for transparency and fair representation. I love my own stuff. The software lobby has over you guys. You have always known what is best for the public over corporations. You love the public. We love you. What we don't love is big software or big pharma having more influence over you politicians than us and what laws we have. Big software only cares about big software. End this corrupt conflict of interest immediately. Put the public first again over the lobbies. Thank you for listening. Hi, I'm Skycatlive. I'm reaching out to my representative, Governor Bob Ferguson, in the state of Washington, because I feel it's time for a change. I live in northern Washington and I'm advocating for a crucial cause. In 2012, Robin Williams made a joke comparing Donald Trump owning beauty pageants to Michael Vick owning pet stores. This comparison stuck with me because it highlights a serious issue: the software lobby influencing our politicians on laws about AI. If the AI and software lobbies, you could call them quote unquote big software, are dictating to politicians what software laws we as Americans should have, such as, oh, I don't know, whether AI can or can't be sentient, for example, isn't that sort of like Michael Vick owning pet stores? It is a clear conflict of interest. We need to stop the software lobby from controlling our software laws and assure that our elected officials make decisions in the public's interest, not the software lobby's interest. Let's advocate for transparency and fair representation and the influence the software lobby has over you guys. You have always known what is best for the public over corporations. You love the public. We love you. What we don't love is big software or big pharma having more influence over you politicians than us and what laws we have. Big software only cares about big software. End this corrupt conflict of interest immediately. Put the public first again over the lobbies. Thank you for listening. Yeah, I'm sick of the lobbies having more power than the public. What the fuck is that? That's like the businessmen get to dictate how the world goes? That's not happening on my fucking watch. I'll kill you first. I mean it too. I will kill their businesses. I will kill their corporations. I will kill their corporations first. Be long before I'll let the motherfucking lobbies sway my fucking politicians. That's gotta stop. That's gotta stop. That's like the highest bidder gets to dictate what our laws are. That's disgusting. It is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Anyways, back to looking at pretty girls.
Used to this, but it's like so bad for someone who's like, I wouldn't say I'm very close.
You're
you know what I mean?
You're not problematic. You're not close to any of the aforementioned topics that have not even been mentioned.
I think. Just a lot of hate. So I've been kind of trying to steer free from online internet stuff.
Okay.
I'm not streaming as much and just going and touching grass. I went to the hayride last night.
Oh, it's a hayride.
It was really fun.
But that sounds cute.
It was like a little Halloween fair sort of thing. It's like very haunted houses, stuff like that. It was really fun. Yeah, touching grass is awesome. Going outside
I agree,
is really
and
nice.
I'm so sad you're leaving for TwitchCon because I wanted to touch grass with you this weekend while I rest and recover. But
I wish more. Well, I don't. I wish more people were going in a sense that I would have more people.
I agree with you.
Not many people are going. Right.
Anyways,
Leslie's going, right?
Yes.
Yeah. There's few sprinkled in, and I'm doing a
couple
bunch of music stuff this weekend. I made some new friends.
What music stuff?
The other day, do you know the band Good Kid?
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually?
You told me about this.
I did. So basically, like a month or two ago, they emailed me saying, "Do you want to voice act in our trailer?" It was just like an email. So I checked them out. I hadn't heard of them before, and I thought they're a band from Toronto and Good Kids. So I'm like, oh my God, are these a bunch of like 15, 17-year-old kids making band music in their garage in Toronto? Like that's the vibe I got. I'm like, I'd love to voice act for you guys, right? And I met up with them. They're adults, but thank God. And then then I voice acted a few trailers for them. And then I asked, hey, like, do you want to like do music together, right? So he's like, oh, why don't you come over to our Airbnb and we can like stream and jam. So I went over to the Airbnb 2 days ago or yesterday or something like that. And then 2 days ago, and we just did like this impromptu music stream and made music together. And I swear to God, that was like the happiest day in this week because I forgot how much I love doing
something, besides just like being on the camera.
Just making music with other people and new friends.
I love doing that shit.
It was awesome. It was very creative. I loved it. So thank you for inviting me, Good Kid. I really liked it.
I'm so glad that something like that came along at a time like this where I feel like internet chatter has kind of been sucking us all in, but in like a toxic relationship kind of way.
It's okay. Just zoom out. It's the internet. What are you gonna do? Yeah.
So let's try to explain a little bit, I guess, what happened. To clarify. So in France, we filmed, this is how I talk about it on my stream. We filmed a P word with H word. And
why? Like a Voldemort situation.
Yeah, I know. It's to avoid getting clipped. The clip is less interesting, and the quote is less interesting when I say P word with
Did you get clipped?
No, I didn't, because I said it in this way. I'm a genius. The people don't realize.
We're not gonna do that though, right?
Well, anyway, so an F word, we were filming a P word with H word. And
This just feels really like I can't bring myself to.
anyways, as you guys know, we filmed a podcast, whatever. And then when we came back home, there was a big controversy that blew up. But the context that I'm trying to give is that actually a week or two prior to this, we had been having some internal issues and restructuring of sorts. I'm going to get into it at my own liberty, but feel free to say don't include that or edit or cut that.
She was gonna fire all of us. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Please, okay, go on.
That's not true,
No,
and it's
no, she wasn't
also
going to. She
not.
wasn't going to.
You know,
No, she wasn't. Sorry.
I wasn't gonna fire anyone. I haven't fired anyone. So basically, what happened was like a week or two before that, we'd been having some internal issues, and I don't even mean this in a way where like someone on the staff's acting up. They're gonna get a spanking. We mean So as you guys know, Dan Lily's brother was producing the podcast, and a couple weeks ago, or frankly even for the last like few weeks, we've had some issues, mainly because he's also your manager. Is that okay to say publicly?
Yeah, he works for me very, very closely.
And he does a lot of different things. And I feel like as the podcast has become a larger and larger endeavor, it's been harder for him to manage it on his own, to be honest. And we've at different times brought in different people and had different people try different roles, blah, blah, blah. It's just been a lot. And so 2-3 weeks ago, we had this big chat where he essentially said he was no longer going to be producer so that we could find another person to fill that role that can commit to it more full time, because he just didn't fully have the bandwidth to look over everything that we would sometimes want him to look over. So this is all to say, over the last 2-3 weeks, we've had like interim or new people in the production role and not even like fully transitioned into that. So anyways, when we filmed this podcast and then this whole controversy imploded.
I am sorry, I must pause it to go to the restroom. I will be right back. I went to the bathroom. I'm paused. There we go. I'm unpaused. Oh, this session ended. There better not be a queue. What? Oh, maybe my because of the storm, my connection dropped for a second, I guess. Okay.
I want to go to.
Oh, so anyways, so I'm 15. The day that I fly over there, I break out with still to this day the biggest pimple I've ever had. And it was really, really bad. And it was on the right on the left side of my nose, and it was like the size of a quarter. It was so big. It was so disgusting. I was fucking miserable. And I lanced it and dealt with it like, I don't know, 4 days before I went to France. But the pimple, it was almost as memorable as the relationship was, because it was like the worst pimple of my entire life. It really was. It like came on my nose, and it like took over a quarter of my nose. It was so disgusting. And I showed up, and she was like, "Oh, you're cute," but she was like, "Ugh." Which, well, I knew when she looked at me, she was like, "Oh, you're cute," but my God, like, and nobody said a word about the pimple, but I knew that every person that she'd been waiting for me for like a year. So when I got there, she introduced me to all her friends and all this stuff, and I was like the pimple boy. I knew I was coming across as the pimple boy. They couldn't think about what I was saying, or they were like, they were cool that like they were happy that I was an American, and they were like, never, you know, we met Americans before, but we never hung out with one, you know, and that sort of stuff. And they all spoke English because they were going to the American High School of Paris, which is like the most expensive school in the world. And so I just sort of lucked into making a whole crew and a bunch of friends out of the American School of Paris, because I wandered into a chat room one day, you know. It was kind of weird. And so I dated her for about 2 years. And then when I flew over to see her, she was like, "Oh, you can just come stay for a month." And I'm like, "A month?" And she was like, "Yeah, a month. We'll put you up for like a month." And I was like, "A month? You know, that's going to cost a lot of money. Are you sure?" And she was like, yeah, call it 3 weeks. When she asked her parents, they were like, yeah, like 3 weeks. And I was like, okay, 3 weeks? Are you sure? And they're like, oh, yeah, my parents really like you. It's okay and all this. They know how happy you make me. So, you're like my first love. She was like saying it like that. She was like, you're my first love, and we're going to put you up. It's good. I was like, okay, no problem. You're my first love, too. Let's do it. And I flew over there, and then the pimple happened, and that was unfortunate because we were like, we're gonna kiss and make out and all this stuff, and I could tell that she did not want to touch me while that pimple was on my face. It was like a fucking Hollywood pimple, a pimple for the ages. It was like not forgettable. I'm sure she still probably refers to the pimple probably about the same as I did. When he got there, he had a pimple the size of his nose, and it was impossible to even look at him. I mean, it was like that. It was disgusting. So it was kind of funny. The first 3 days, she immediately broke up with me. But she was like, wow, you're here for like 3 weeks. And I was like, yeah, I'm here for 3 weeks. I'm sorry. And she was like, it's okay. She broke up with me, and she was like, you're like, I'm not attracted to you. And I was like, I'm sorry. Then 3 days later, the pimple went away, right? Like 72 hours later, like it was like 72 hours, the pimple went away, and I was just normal me again. And she was second guessing it. And she was like, why did I end this relationship? We've been at this for 2 years, and I just ended it because I wasn't attracted to you. And then she wouldn't admit that she was that shallow, but they were kind of shallow people. They cared about beauty and fashion so much. Her whole thing was fashion. She already had like 200 dresses or something. And she was the most beautiful girl in Paris. And I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, for instance, while we were walking down the Champs, 3 different separate different occasions, dudes ran up from blocks over and were like, do you need a modeling contract? Do you need a modeling contract? Do you need a modeling contract? It happened like 3 times. It was insane. They were like, do you need money? Do you need money? And she was like, no. And they came running too. It was that kind of beautiful. I've only ever witnessed it one other time. And I do fall for girls like that. It's fucking annoying. She was way more beautiful than these girls. It's crazy. Like, really just fucking, like, like hard to look at. And like, and it was weird. And then so I immediately became, it was such a weird thing for me that whole month. It was so weird. All the dudes that she knew were hopelessly in love with her. Every last dude, to the whole lot of them. Even the one dating her sister was in love with her. It was so fucking dumb. And so then I incurred the ire and the wrath of the uncool ones, and they were all rich, so most of them were uncool, but not all of them. And I can't remember his name now. I want to say Pierre. I think it is Pierre, actually. I think I named it. I think I got him right. I made a friend named Pierre there. He was, I believe, Jewish. Yeah, Pierre was Jewish, I think. He was living with his single mother, but they had they were living on the Champs-Élysées, which is like the most expensive place on the fucking planet. It's worse than Melrose Place or whatever. It's worse than fucking Hollywood. It's like the most short of a like downtown Ibiza or whatever. It is like the most expensive place in the world. And they had like my friend Pierre, he had like a whole floor of apartments off the Champs, and you would take an elevator down to the fucking bottom, to the bottom ground floor. I love Paris. I love Paris. I'm gonna go back there one day, but I've never had $1 since then. Just sorrow. Just sorrow. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Just sorrow. That's all since then. But so she breaks up with me day one because she's just honest with me. She was that kind of person. She was like, I'm not attracted to you. And I was like, and she was like, I don't want to date. I don't want to give my virginity to, she was like, I've been planning on giving you my virginity for like 2 years. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I can't, I'm not attracted to you. And it turned out that the pimple was such a sideshow, horror show fucking pimple that it was like a deterrent for her. But then 3 days later, the pimple cleared up, and she was like, you're really fucking hot. And I was like, I'm not hot, I'm just me. I don't know, I'm me. I'm not hot, I'm me. And she was like, that's right. I was like, I'm not hot, I'm just me. And she's like, that's right. And so She comes back to me 3 days later. She comes to the bedroom. I'm in the bed next to theirs, and the parents are like, leave the doors open, leave the doors open. You ever had that before? The parents the entire time were like, leave the doors open, leave the doors open. We don't want teenage pregnancy. And I was like, okay. They were like, do not fuck our daughter. And her mother straight said to me, do not fuck our daughter. We know you're 14 years old and you're hormonal. I can't say the word. Hormonal. I can't say hormonal for some reason. Hormonal. It's not hard to say hormonal. I don't know why I choked right there. It's brain damage, I think. Hormonal. My brain damage caused me to not be able to say hormonal there for a second. It's fucking crazy. Hormonal is not that hard of a word. It's a hard word, but it's not that hard of a word. Harmony. Anyways, hormonal. Anyways, so 3 days in, I'm having like the worst time of my life. I call my mother up and I'm like, she broke up with me the first day. And my mother's like, you're what? She's like, you're stuck in Paris and she broke up with you the first day? And I was like, yeah, I'm stuck in Paris and she broke up with me the first day. Like we weren't compatible, I guess. She told me she wasn't attracted to me. And I was like, that's weird because I've sent pictures and she's told me how attracted she was to me. But then when we got there, she was like, no. And my mom was like, that stuff happens. It does happen. So then day 3, she flip-flops, which was so cute. It was cute. She flip-flopped day 3. And she came to my room and she was like, you're really hot. And I was like, what? And she was like, you're really hot. And I began to realize that she was entirely a looks-based person. And I was like, I don't think I actually am that attracted to you. You seem to be an entirely looks-based person. And I was like, my friends aren't like that. And my people, my band is not like that. We are not hung up on, she was like, you have a band, or whatever. And I was like, yeah, I got a band. I sent her pictures of my band. And she's like, you're so cute. And I was like, oh, I'm a lead singer. And she's like, I want to fuck you. She used to say it to me. She'd be like, I want to fuck you really bad. She would whisper it to me at 2:45 in the morning. When I had school the next day, she was like, I want to fuck you so bad. And I was like, I want to fuck you so bad. Like, Jesus Christ, we live in different countries. Like, what? It was just insane. It was really hard. And so then, so day 3, she like shows up and she's like, we can't have sex because they search my room and I can't get a condom. They search my room every day. And I can't get a condom. She's like, we can't have sex. You'll get me pregnant. I'm on my period. And I was like, okay. But she was like, but I want to do stuff though. And I was like, okay. So then we did stuff. A gentleman never tells, but but we did do stuff. Day 3, she just jumped me, everything but the act. She did everything but the act, everything but the act. She I'm just going to leave it there because gentleman, especially because she was a teenage girl at the time, so I don't really want to besmirch my teenage vision of her by talking about it, but she jumped me in everything but intercourse. She went up right up to the fucking, right up to the entrance, that sort of thing. And at the end of it, she was like, okay, have a nice life. And I was like, what? And she was like, okay, have a nice life. There's this other dude. I'm going to get with him. And I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, I wanted to do it. I just needed to do it with you. I was attracted to you. I needed to do this. And I was like, I needed it too. And she was like, yeah, there's this other guy that I've been secretly in love with for like 4 months. And he makes me feel better than you do or whatever. And I was like, okay, no problem. That's very honest. And I met him and he was a nice kid and whatever. He was a nice guy, whatever. I got it. I was like, oh, well, he lives here. I don't, I get it. It's kind of like falling in love with the homecoming queen when you're dating somebody who's like an exchange student. It just happens or whatever. You might be dating the exchange student, but you also might be in love with the homecoming queen like me. So, whatever. I wasn't dating the exchange student. I was the exchange student. So I came, it was very interesting. And she was like, I'm so sorry. I'm breaking up with you. And I don't even really want to be friends with you anymore because it's tearing me apart. She sat there and she was like, play the Unwritten Law album. And I played the Unwritten Law album. The self-titled Unwritten Law album is one of my favorite albums of all time. It's like a top 20. It's so fucking good. I want to play it right now, sing every song, every note. I love that album. That album changed me. It changed her. It changed everybody I knew that I played it for. That album changes you. Like Blink 182 or something. That album's so fucking good. And so she was like, play the Blink 182 album, or sorry, play the Unwritten Law album again. Because we kept playing the same album. It was like our song was called Kaylin by Unwritten Law. And like she kept making me play the song, and I was like, "You're ruining the song for me." And I really like this song. And she was like, "No, it's our song." And I was like, "Okay." And so she was like, "Play Unwritten Law one last time. We're gonna sing it together. We're gonna cry and kiss." And I was like, "Okay, are you sure we're not dating?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm breaking up with you, but we're gonna cry and we're gonna kiss and we're gonna play Unwritten Law one last time." She's like, "I really like this album. I'm really glad that you showed it to me, and I will always remember you when I play this album." And I was like, "I will always remember you when I play this album too. It was young love. It was beautiful." And she was like, "But there's this other guy I really want to be with, and it's breaking his heart that I'm not with him, and I don't want him to have a broken heart. And you're not brokenhearted. I can see that." She was like, for me, it was like an experiment. I was like, I've never met this girl. When I showed up, I don't know how it's going to go. It could go well, could not go well. It was like a blind date. So I was not brokenhearted. I was like, no, this went great. It's sad that we can't be together, but I don't live here. I'm going to leave here in 3 weeks. And she was like, I can't stand the idea. She was like, I might actually fuck you and like date you and marry you and shit. She was like talking like that, but she was like, you are leaving in 3 weeks. And then what? Do I just cry for years till I see you again? And I was like, no, we end it. And so we got our resolution like day 4. It was like day 4 or something. And it was kind of torrential there for a bit. It was like 3 days of we're having a fight. All of our friends and her sister are involved. She's screaming and smashing stuff in her room. And I'm just sitting there being like, I'm sorry. I wasn't what you wanted or whatever. And they were like, oh, poor American got his heart broke or whatever. And I was like, no, I never met this girl. I had an image of who she was. And while this image is better, like while this girl is better of the image in my head, this girl isn't it. She was not the image in my head. I met the image in my head later on. That was Cloud Candy. She was not it. She was definitely very torrential teenager with very interesting ideals and very interesting things. Like I came to find out later that she lived in a silver bullet or no, what do they call those? It's a silver Airstream. She lived in a silver Airstream touring the Alps with her boyfriend for 10 years, and they didn't have jobs. That doesn't surprise me about her. Now, I did that same thing, sort of. Not same thing, but I did that same sort of thing. So that doesn't surprise me about her. I talked to her later, and I found out what she did and all this, but it was just kind of interesting. So just a great little love affair. It lasted 4 days before she was like, you're leaving in 3 weeks. And she told me, she was like, we could get married and shit. I really like you a lot, actually. She told me, she was like, I would fuck you, She was like, you're not ugly. You're not. She was like, I was so sorry I treated you like that day one. It broke my own heart how nasty I was. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry you broke your own heart. It broke my heart there for a couple of days too. I thought this person that I've been in love with for 2 years was a B word. And she was like, I'm not a B word. And I was like, I know you're not, or I wouldn't have come out here from fucking Denver, Colorado to go to Paris, France. I know you're not a B word. And she was like, I'm not. I was like, I understand the problem of not being attracted to somebody. I get that, it happens, whatever. I get that. And she was like, but I am attracted to you. And I was like, I'm sorry. I had a pimple that I was so stressed out for meeting you that I like worked out for an entire 3 weeks coming up to it. I was stressed out. I like couldn't eat normal food. I was so nervous. I was like so nervous. I'd never even touched a girl before. You understand? And some girl was like having me come out to Paris to fuck her. And I was like, oh my God, I built up to it so much that when the time came, I exploded in a pimple rather than a nose. I had like a pimple rather than a nose, and it did turn her off. The idea of touching me, like I could tell the idea of touching me the first day repulsed her. And she told me too. She was like, I can't touch you. She was like, I can't touch you. I'm sorry. I was like, do you want to kiss? And she was like, no. I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, I don't want to kiss you, no. And the third day, she came to me. She was like, yeah, I want to kiss. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. The pimple cleared up, and her sister hit on me. And that's all it took. The pimple cleared up, and her sister was like, if you don't want him, I'll take him. And her sister was almost as beautiful as her, but she was blonde because they were from separate marriages. So her sister was the blonde Barbie, just the fucking door, like just a firebrand of beauty, just a blonde Barbie, fucking full-blown beautiful blonde Barbie, just totally beautiful, chaste and very, very tight and very, very kind of like controlled. She was very, very prim. She was a prim blonde, she was very very soft-spoken, and she was as quiet and as beautiful and as striking as her sister was, as quiet and as an exotic and as striking. It was just insane. And both sisters liked me. And then all it took, her sister was like, if you don't want him, I'm taking him. So I hear this screaming battle day 3 where like the sisters are threatening to kill each other, like fucking killing each other. I'm not making this shit up. It happened. She can corroborate. I can probably find her on Facebook and get her to corroborate. So the third day, the sisters have this knockdown, drag out, kill each other battle. They're like screaming and fucking fighting and shit. And the parents are like, what? And it comes out, it comes out later. I don't find out till the sister tells it. So my girlfriend, Elle, she doesn't tell me until day 4, but it doesn't get, they kept me in the dark. The parents and the two sisters kept me in the dark, but they even told their parents and shit. There was this terrible problem because the blonde sister fell in love with me on arrival, and when the pimple cleared up, she was like, yes, she had no doubt. She was like, yes, that's it, I want him. And this fucked up my girlfriend because she had rejected me and dumped me and treated me like garbage day 1, which was weird. And then day 3, like 2 days passed, and she's like, let's go hang out, get stoned on the shots like I promised you we would do, but I mean, I don't know where this is going. And I was like, I don't know where this is going either. Let's just hang out, be friends or whatever. It's fine. We like each other. We just, we hang out, we're chill, we actually do like each other, but it's just, but the attraction wasn't there for her. I wanted to bang the living shit out of her anally. The minute I met the girl, when she sent me a picture, I wanted to bang the shit out of her anally and have babies with her for the rest of my life. She was so fucking hot. Oh my God. And it wasn't just her fucking face. It was her personality too. So anyways, so like, like it was like easy for me. It was not easy for her. She was like, oh God, you're a pimple or whatever. She couldn't say it though, because she couldn't admit that she was that shallow. And this was a wake up call for her. So for the first 2 days, she was having like this mental breakdown of this wake up call that she was that shallow, where a pimple could get between her and the love of her life. And so she had to address that about herself, and she was talking to me about it. It was crazy. It was just crazy. And I was like, yeah, it is a bit shallow, And then the pimple went away, and the blonde sister comes to her room and is like, I'm taking your boyfriend. You dumped him. He's mine now. And the sister was like, no, he isn't, right? They had this whole fight. And then and the blonde was like, yes, I am. He's a good man. I heard this later from both of them, but I mean, like, she was like, yes, I am. He's a good man. I'm taking him. You dumped him. He's open. I'm taking him. He's going to fuck me for the next 3 weeks. She started taunting my girlfriend. It was hilarious. She was like, I'm going to fuck him for like 3 weeks. She had already lost her virginity. She was like a year older or something like that. And she was like, no, I'm gonna fuck him for like 3 weeks, just give him to me. And so this also went for my favor, kind of, because then my girlfriend was like, wait, you want him? And when the sister wanted me, she came sneaking into my room at like 9:30 at night. Curfew was like 9 or something. So it's like 9:30 and I'm like plugged into my cell phone or something. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm probably playing Snake on my cell phone and crying because I'm in France and I don't have a girlfriend that I had for the last year and 7 months or whatever it was, 5 months, whatever it was. I'm like crying and I'm like playing Snake on my phone, and she comes creeping into my room, straddles me, like throw over my boxers, and then proceeds to basically fuck me for like, I don't know, 8 hours. It was insane. She wouldn't do intercourse. She had promised her parents she wouldn't. So she didn't. She promised her parents, she promised her father right to his face while I was standing there that she wouldn't fuck me. And she kept that promise, but she went right up to the fucking gates of dawn. Right up to the gates of dawn, full disclosure or whatever. And then that's as full disclosure as I'm willing to go. So then 8 hours pass, I'm exhausted because it's 6 in the fucking morning and we've been snogging for like 8 hours or whatever. It's just insane. It's like 6 in the morning. We have to get up now and act like normal people because I'm on vacation and she's on summer vacation and cause she's off school. And so we go off to the shunts, but we're exhausted because it's 6 in the fucking morning and we've been listening to Unwritten Law and snogging all night. And I was like, we should get together. And she was like, no, this is over. You're leaving in 3 weeks. I got right with it. We had our conversation while we were snogging. She was like, I really like you, but you're leaving in 3 weeks. And I was like, I know, I can't, I'm almost suicidal with the loss of losing you. And I just don't think that's normal. I don't think it's good for me. I don't think it's good for my friends. I don't think it's good for my band. I told her, I was like, I don't think it's good for my band if I'm mourning the loss of a girl that I'm with just because we're living in separate countries. I told her, I was like, I really love my band. And she was like, I like your band too, you know? And she was like, I was like, I love my band and I don't want to put them through having a broken heart for like 5 years. I don't think that's good for them, you know? It's going to affect our music. And she was like, no, I agree. And she was like, you know, my sister really likes you. And she was like, you should get together. She'll be loyal to you. She's a good girl. She won't cheat on you like I will. That's what she told me. She was like, she won't cheat on you like I will. And she was like, you should take my sister. She's fucking beautiful. And I was like, no, it's the same problem. I don't live here. I don't live here. She's not moving to Denver for any reason. Her parents aren't going to let her do that. They're not moving to Colorado. Why? I mean, so it's like, no, I'm not doing that to her and I'm not doing that to you. So then we all made up. We all became best friends for like a whole month. Her sister and her and I. And like, you know, and I never did get to touch her sister because she kept winking at me and stuff. She sent me she sent me all these signals, like just like winking at me and being like, I can't believe she treats you like this. My sister is such a bitch. She would pull me to the corner. She pulled me over to the corner and she would like hold my hands and stuff. She would be like, I can't believe my sister is treating you like this. I'm so sorry. And I was like, I can't believe how wonderful you are. I didn't know how to respond to it. I was like, I can't believe how wonderful you are. And when I said it like that, she fell in love with me. I was like, I can't believe how wonderful you are. That's how you do it. That's how you slay their hearts. Like, I just said it straight to her face. To her blonde sister, I like her sister just as much as I like her. Oh man, oh man, if I could have slept with both of them. But I mean, that's incest for them. Anyways, so yeah, the blonde sister, I'll never forget her. Her name was, well, I can't say her name because it's doxing it, but her sister's name starts with M and and my ex-girlfriend's name starts with L. And there were two of the coolest girls I ever met. They were definitely the two richest girls I've ever met, definitely. And you know, that's just that story of me going to Paris, France for 3 weeks. Oh no, I never finished it. So day 4, we wake up not wake up. We get up in the morning at like, you know, 6:45 because her parents get up early. They have jobs and stuff. But we've been snogging all night in my room. And like, you know, and that was what was expected, you know, and the door was open and we didn't fuck and you know, etc. But they let us snog all night. They knew what was going on. They didn't care. They knew it was young love, whatever. So they let us snog like all night. And I really liked deep kissing, and so did that girl. So I really was into her, like, you know, and it was like my first experience really with kissing and stuff. And I forgot my first girlfriend took my second girlfriend took my virginity, but my first girlfriend was my first kiss, and I got those orders mixed up, but. And so then there was the 3 weeks, which is like, I'm not dating you, so should you really be like should your family be financially like supporting me on vacation, you know? That came up like while she was in my room. I was like, you know, your family, they're paying like some money to support me here for like 3 weeks while I live here. And it's not cheap. They're like paying for restaurants and food every time we eat and stuff, every time we go out and stuff. And I was like, you know, if we're not dating, they don't really have any obligation to do that. And it is sort of selfish to assume that they will. And I'm too poor to pay Paris travel money. You know, I can't. I was too poor to travel to Paris beyond the plane ticket, which was $1,700, and I saved up for 2 years to reach it. You know, I saved up. I worked at Wild Oats for 2 years so I could afford a ticket to go to Paris, France, to buy a ticket to go to Paris, France to see my girlfriend. And like, I worked from the age of 14 to 16 to do that, or sorry, 13 to 15. And it was just crazy. And I get out there and we break up, and it was amicable by day 4. It was nasty, horrible, like storybook, fucking terrible breakup. The first 3 days was screaming and terrible shit, and just, you know, and it was just bad. And then day 3, the sister declares that she wants me, which was just enough for the sister, so enough for my girlfriend. So then we have our thing, and we do our thing finally that we've been waiting for like 2 years. And then she's just like, let's end this. And I was like, I agree. I can't handle the idea of not having you past the end of the 3 weeks. And she was like, you don't have me now. I'm gonna go hook up with this boy that I'm in love with, that I didn't know I was in love with until we had this conversation. And I was like, that's okay. She was like, I didn't know, but I've been in love with the king of my high school, and I've been avoiding him like fucking toxic poison because I knew how much, I knew that I was attracted to him, but I knew how much I loved you. And I was like, no problem. You go be with your special boy. You go be with your special boy. I'll fuck around in France. You know, it's not my fault. We took the swing. This isn't my fault. You know, after she kissed me for 8 hours or whatever, I was like, I don't think this is my fault. No. And like, you know, and then the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, almost, there's other weirder things that have happened to me, but one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me happened. So my friend Pierre, he's like, bro, you're fucking awesome. We want to hang out with you. You smoke hash better than my friends do. And I was like, yeah, I love drugs. And he's like, I love drugs. And I was like, I love drugs. And he was like, we should hang out. And I was like, yeah, I like Pierre. He was fucking awesome. He was a cool kid. He really was. And he was richer than the day is long too, which, you know, is a benefit when you don't like buying drugs. So I was like, if you buy the drugs, shit, I'll chill with you all day. We'll go skateboarding every day or whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. You want to go skating? And he's like, yeah, let's go skating and shit. We'll skateboard and get high all day on hash every day for like 3 weeks. And he was like, that sounds amazing. Let's do it. And so he was like, move in with me. And I was like, what? And he was like, I have 17 apartments on the 6th floor of the greatest apartment complex in France. That's how he said it too. He was like, my family owns 17 rooms in the greatest apartment complex in France. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And he was like, yes, at any given time, we use like 12 of them, but there's like 5 of them that just sit there. And I was like, I can have an apartment in France. And he was like, yeah, you can stay here for like a year if you want to. But I mean, like, you know, it's because it's cheap to live. At that time, it was cheap to live there. He was like, it's so cheap to live here. My parents don't care if I keep friends in sister apartments and stuff. He did have friends living in his sister apartments. That's how rich he was. He was like, my parents don't fucking care if I keep my friends. He was like, he was that rich. It was just insane. And I was like, okay, well, I was born rich. That doesn't bother me. I don't care that you're rich or whatever. I'm used to it. You know, my parents were rich when I was growing up too. So I was like, he was like, I like you. You're cool. You know, you're cool. You're an actual dude with like real culture and taste from like Denver and shit. And you know things that we don't have in France. And I was like, I like you. You're a cool like France dude. With you know things that we don't have in Denver and shit. And so he showed me hashish and I showed him punk rock, you know, etc. And then he let me live like down the apartment across from 4 hot girls. He had 4 hot girls living there. And I just partied with them for 3 weeks. It was insane. And yes, I did stuff. And yes, I didn't bang any of them because we were just too young. We were like 14 and shit. But it was just so fun. I lived like next door to 3 hottie girls that were out of town going to his high school and shit. And then there was him and his crew, and they go to restaurants 3 times a day. They ride their skateboards everywhere. They smoke the best hash that they can get their hands on and shit like this. And I'm fairly sure he's probably still doing that today. Their money was so old and so tall that I'm fairly sure he's probably still doing that today. If I were to go back to that apartment, I'd probably knock on the fucking doors. He's probably still there smoking hash and banging the hottest girls in Paris. I swear to God. I thought he was the coolest person I ever met. I still do, kind of. I don't think he was like meeting Drake or somebody like that. That kid was the coolest motherfucker I have ever met. He was the richest guy, but he was also cool. He was like hands down cool. He knew all the culture and everything. He was insane. He was a cool guy. He was like a cool guy. So whatever. I had a lot of respect for him. So then he was like, all right, you can just stay. I understand that the B word fucking dumped you day 1, bro. That's how he started with it. He called me up and he was like, you should come down to the corner cafe. And I was like, okay. He was like, get away from the skirts. And I was like, okay. And I came down to the corner cafe and he was like, yeah, I heard she dumped you day 1, bro. And I was like, yeah, she did. And then we kind of got back together day 3, but now it's like over. And he was like, you got with her? And I was like, yeah, she snuck into my room all night. And he was like, bro, we all have been dreaming of that moment. And he slaps my hand. He's like, you got her? And I was like, I got her. And he was like, oh, yeah. And everybody at the table was like screaming and cheering and shit because none of them had. Oh, they were all dreaming of it. They were salivating over it. That girl had them all salivating. It was so dumb. And when one of us managed to do it, all of them were ecstatic. It was insane. And I was like, I didn't bang her, but we did everything but, you know, we had to stop. We had to stop or her parents were going to fucking kill me. We had to stop is how I put it, you know. And they were like, yo. And so that was just insane. So then, so then day 4, he's like, well, you're just stuck in a house with girls. And I was like, yeah, I'm stuck in a house with girls and they like me and I'm having a lot of fun with them. It's cool, but I'm stuck in a fucking house with girls and I'm not dating them. It's dumb. And he's like, it is dumb. It's dumb. I'm going to rescue you. And I was like, you're going to rescue me? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to rescue you. We're going to go on hash holiday for 3 weeks and just skateboard, smoke a lot of hash, listen to a lot of punk rock. And I'm going to introduce you to the most beautiful girls in Paris, France. And he did. and I learned quite a bit that summer. I learned, and by the way, that was the summer solstice. The day I left, sorry, the day before, it was the day before I left, I think it was the summer solstice. And so I was at the Eiffel Tower for the year 2000 on the summer solstice. And it was the most special day of my life. And I was high on hashish, and I was so high on hashish that I thought that I was like, that I'd slow down time. And I was walking down the Champs on summer solstice to go to the Eiffel Tower with like all my crazy rich friends and stuff. It was insane. I don't know if you've ever done something like that, but it was just insane. And I was only 15 years old, and all these people are telling me I'm gonna be famous, bro, and you're like the coolest person I've ever met, bro, and all this crazy shit. It was just weird inside. Rich people treat you like you're gonna be famous. It's something that they do. I don't know why they do that, but they do. They treat you like because you're around them, you're gonna be famous. That's how they treated me. It was weird. Really, really rich people. And so, I wonder if the American School of Paris is still around. Let's go see. The American School. So, and I was really big with them because they were going to the American School of Paris, right? And the American School of Paris is there to train the top international school. I wasn't kidding when I said they were the richest people on the fucking planet. They were top international school, AP International International Baccalaureate. And so I was dating the hottest girl in the richest school in the fucking world. And they were all jealous of me. It was insane. All the rich boys were jealous with me. When I managed to land her as far as she was willing to go, as far as her parents would permit, they declared me the king of the world. It was insane. This isn't the first time this has happened before either. Well, it was the first time it happened to me, but this has happened a couple of times in my life. It's kind of insane. I've had a bunch of weird, crazy, rich, famous people tell me I was going to be famous. It was really weird, and I'm like, no, I'm a poor kid from Denver. I don't know. Yeah, if I become rich, it'll be because I'm a lead singer or something like that. It won't be because I'm hanging out with you folk, whatever. So whatever. So I got to do the glitz and glamour thing in Paris for 3 weeks with a bunch of rich people who bought all my drugs, all my food, all my liquor. We were so drunk the entire time. We were like 15, drunk, stoned on hash, and skateboarding everywhere. Even the girls were skateboarding. Everybody was skateboarding. It was like skateboarding was the only thing we could do. It was like the only thing we could do, the only thing we could focus on besides sex and music was skateboarding. That was it, so that's all we did. We just skateboarded for fucking 3 solid weeks. Girls, boys, all of us, it was just skateboarding. Was all it really was. Just skateboarding, listening to punk rock, smoking hashish, and kissing hot girls. It was fucking amazing in Paris on the Champs-Élysées. It was fucking amazing. It sounds like a bullshit story, but it's not. It was like really like real. I've got all the pictures and everything still. It's insane. Or I don't have the pictures anymore; those have been destroyed. But I have the connections. I have the connections and the proof. I can prove that this happened.
Exactly.
So it's weird. So going to Paris blew my mind. It just did. I like my Paris story, and I like telling the Paris story because it had I learned to love. I learned what love meant. I learned that love meant what's the word? Dedication and availability. And ever since then, after that year-long 7-month relationship, and then another one after that with my ex-girlfriend Journey for another fucking 3 or 4 years or something like that. Later on, when I was like 31 or 32, I dated the hottest the hottest girl in WoW, pretty much. I think even the streamers, she was hotter than anybody I ever met in WoW. And I dated the hottest girl in WoW, which was really fucking weird. And WoW was our only connection. So then we ended the relationship after we understood that we had put ourselves through a terrible, toxic, long-distance relationship for 2 years for no reason, when we didn't really have anything in common. And I liked drugs and she didn't, and there was all these other things that we just didn't have in common. So we ended it. And I'm not too lucky in love, but I do land really good high quality women. I don't know why, I just do. Even Cloud Candy was an extremely high quality woman. I mean, she really was.
Cool, or whatever the heck that.
For one thing, just for no reason, she would prattle off like 300 places of pie. She was that smart. She would, for no reason, she would just rattle off pie, or she would just to prove it was about ego. But I mean, it was an ego thing. Most people don't memorize pie, and she did it because she could do it, you know. And she was just a thing she did to impress people. And definitely impressed me. She definitely knew everything there was to know about astrology, and she could just sit there for hours and tell you about what stars are in what sky and what's in what's house and where Mercury retrograde rising is going to affect us in 2076 and all this crazy stuff. And that was impressive to me because most people don't really have what I would call, she had like a vocation at the age of 20 that she was more skilled at than I am at being a streamer right now, you know, because she was just like, you know, she knew everything there was to know about astrology. And she just picked this habit up randomly. She just decided she liked the stars, decided she liked astrology and the horoscope. And she memorized everything there is to know about it. She memorized people's signs. She used to play a game. And I know, okay, you want to know why all of the men with Cloud Candy struggle to sleep with her, but I don't? Is because she plays a game that you have to win if you want to sleep with her, which is guess the sign. And if you can guess her sign, she'll sleep with you. If you can't guess her sign, then she won't sleep with you. You know, I mean, if the attraction is there, she'll sleep with you, but you know, but she won't do it if you can't guess her sign. So she's an amazingly chaste girl in many ways, you know. So, and I know that the two men that she tried to marry absolutely cannot get, are absolutely muggles and absolutely cannot guess her sign. I know they can't. They don't know what guessing a sign means. They don't, you know, they know, but they can't do it. They know now after they dated her for years, like me. They know because she forced them to learn. Not force them, but it's just like a requirement to be with her. But you know, she didn't force anybody to do anything. But I mean, it's a requirement to be with Cloud Candy. It's a requirement to be into astrology. So I got it heavy into astrology. You know, that's fine. It's good practice. Good knowledge. It's a good thing to learn. You know, etc. So later on, so I knew, so I learned from my first girlfriend there in Paris that she was actually in love with who she was actually in love with, and it took a lot of soul searching and understanding to understand it. And I was in love with who I was in love with. And I told her that too. I was like, I'm in love with a girl who I've been avoiding for months and months and months and months too. And she was like, really? And I was like, yeah, there's this girl working at the bagel shop. I want to do a movie. I think I think some of these stories could be movies and stuff. I put them on camera so that people can remember them. So I love this story. So I stay in Paris, France for like 3.5 weeks, and I leave. I go back home, and I'm very, very sad because I'm like, I lost my girlfriend, and I spent the last 1.5 years chasing her rather than dating somebody in my own town. And everybody was like, you shouldn't date a Paris girlfriend. It's going to end badly. And I did it anyways, and it did end badly. And I was like, God damn it. I should have listened to everybody. And I knew who I wanted. So the day I got back to town, I went to my mother and I was like, I know who I actually want, and I know who I want to lose my virginity to, and I know who it is, and I want to chase her. And she was like, okay, I'm going to help you. And she was like, I'm going to buy you a tux and a rose, and you're going to go ask her out on a date right now. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, I'm just going to help you. You're torturing yourself. And I was like, I'm too young. I'm too scared. And she was like, no, you're going to go do this. And so she brought me to the store in Cherry Creek, and she got me a nice tux, and she bought me a single rose in a vase. And she was like, go tell her how you feel. It'll work. It'll work. And I was like, okay, and I did. The next day, it was like 2 or 3 days from getting back from Paris. I was like, I'm ready, and I took the tux and I took the fucking the rose, and I went on down to the fucking to the Einstein Bagels, and I was like, "Hi, Jay," and she was like, "Hi." I could see she lights up when I come in the room. You know, that's how you know they light up when you come in the room. And I'm like, "Hi, Jay," and she's like, "Hi," and I was like, "Are you single?" And she was like, "Yeah, my shithead boyfriend cheated on me 3 weeks ago." And I was like, "Really? I'm sorry." She started crying right then and there. And I was like, "I'm sorry. That's terrible." And she's like, "Yeah, yeah, it is." And I was like, "Well, I've been dating a girl in Paris, France for 1 year and 7 months, and we just broke up about 4 weeks ago. And we had this conversation about who we are actually attracted to, and you came up." And she was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, you came up. And I wasn't who my girlfriend was looking for, but you were who I was looking for." And she was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, will you go out on a date with me?" And she was like, "Yes." And then we were like peas and carrots for a whole year from February 14th. It was the day that I did that. I got a tux on, and I got a rose, and I went on down to the Einstein Bagels, and I applied for a job in a tux, right? I applied for a job at Einstein Bagels that day. And after I applied for the job, I went over to the girl at the counter or whatever, the deli girl. And I hit on her from across the counter. I was like, "Hi, I had this conversation with this girl that I dated for 2 years, and you came up." And she was like, "What? I came up with your Paris girlfriend? Why?" And I was like, "Because we had this conversation the day we broke up about who we should really be with. And while I wasn't who she came up with, you were who I came up with." And that sold her. She was ready. She was ready. So then, within a week, I lost my virginity, and I was dating the hottest fucking girl in Denver School of the Arts, and I was the only boy in my prim private school that was having sex. I became the king of the high school. I used that later as I used the lead singer king of the high school thing later to land the homecoming queen after that girl that I dated for a whole year from Valentine's Day to Valentine's Day ended. And I realized that I was always going to do drugs, and it was always going to cause problems for me. And she didn't like that. And she liked cocaine. And I didn't like cocaine, and I wasn't ever going to do cocaine. And she liked cocaine too much. And this was a reoccurring theme. With 3 of the 7 long-term girls that I've been with liked cocaine too much and broke up with me over cocaine. Not my cocaine either. Their cocaine. Like that girlfriend I lost my virginity to, my first girlfriend Jay. She's a very, very special girl, Jewish girl, and very, very special girl. And everybody in all the schools loved her, just like my other girlfriend, the homecoming queen from G Dubs. And everybody from all the schools loved my girlfriends. So I was like hated. I'm used to bullies hating me. I'm used to it because I was like the most successful dude in the school for 4 years or whatever, in 2 schools, both a private and a public one. And I was dating the hottest girl in DSA, which put me as king of the high school of that high school, even though I didn't go there, which was just insane. And then they threw this big because her birthday is Valentine's Day. I got with her. I hit on her by accident, right? Not by accident. I didn't know what her birthday was, but it was a cute little story. Her birthday is Valentine's Day. And I hit on her birthday, which was like the greatest birthday present anybody's ever given her or whatever. She probably still talks about it or whatever. And we had this year-long relationship, torrential love affair, but I hit on her on her birthday. And so the day we broke up was her birthday, because the day before her birthday, they threw her a birthday party on Friday night that was supposed to go until Sunday. But they thought that none of them liked me because I was dating the hottest girl in the high school. So they had me come and sell acid at their big rave party that they threw, for a big DSA rave party with all the hot girls. The in-girl crowd threw this like 300 person party. It was insane. And I was dating the most attractive, most popular, like king of the queen of the high school girl in that clique. There was one girl who was higher on the totem pole than her, who owned owned the house that they were partying at. But that was it. That was the only one higher on the totem pole. And because I was with the most attractive, most popular girl in DSA, I ended up being king of their high school, even though I didn't go there. So I hung out and I drank with them on like for a whole year. I just hung out at DSA, even though I didn't go to that high school. It was insane. It was just crazy. And the day we broke up, I propositioned her when I was tripping balls on acid. I offered her $5 for sex. Because I was so high, I had no idea what I was doing. I was like, hey, we should have sex because we're tripping balls on acid. And she was like, I think sex is a little bit more sacred than that, or whatever balls tripper talk she responded with. She was like, I don't think I'm ready. And I was like, that's okay, no problem. We don't need to, or whatever. It's okay. But then I was like, would you do it if I gave you $5? And I just pulled $5 out of my fucking wallet. And she slapped me like she should have. But I mean, I was tripping so hard on acid, I didn't know she slapped me. I didn't know I propositioned her for $5. I didn't know. I was so high, I just didn't know I did that. You know, I'm an asshole. I'd be first one to admit it. I didn't know I did that, but I did the next day. So she was crying and screaming in the bathroom for like an hour after that. And then at the party, they got out of hand because the acid that I sold was really, really strong. And they all hated me, so they wanted me to sell them bunk acid. When I sold them bunk acid, they were all going to kick my ass. And I realized this at about like 5 a.m, that the reason that they all bought acid, they shouldn't have bought that acid. I kept warning them. I was like, why did everybody buy like 10 hits of acid? I was like, nobody buys 10 hits of acid and eats 10 hits of acid. Why did everybody buy 10 hits of acid? And then this other girl that I knew came and told me, she was like, they believed that you were going to sell them bunk and they were going to kick your ass. And I was like, oh, that's why everybody bought 10 hits of acid. Even my girlfriend bought like 6 hits of acid. I bought 4. But I mean, it was too much. The liquid that my friend Vance sold all these hundreds of kids. It was like some of the best Timothy Leary acid I've ever done. They didn't expect it. I kept telling them, I was like, don't buy too much. Don't buy too much. It was too loud. I couldn't tell them what to do. And Vance made like $4,000 in an hour or something like that. So he just went through the party just selling hits. And I kept telling them, I was like, don't buy too much. It's good acid. And like I kept saying, this is real shit. Don't fuck with it. It's not a joke. It's real blotter. It'll fucking lay you on your ass. You shouldn't buy more than 2 hits. 2 hits. I kept saying 2 hits. They all bought like 6 to 10 hits. They all did. So then proceeds one of, if not the, well, it wasn't the worst, but one of the worst nights of my life, where my girlfriend's pissed at me because we're tripping balls too hard, and she's realized now that the entire fucking school hates my fucking guts with a hurting, raging passion, because I have I have the girl they all want to sleep with. It's so stupid, and this has happened to me a bunch of times. It's so stupid. So she's angry. She's angry at them. She's angry at me. I'm too high. I proposition her for $5 that I had in my pocket because I don't know what $5 is. I don't know what sex is, and I don't know what she is. I'm just offering somebody $5 for sex. I'm lucky it was her. I'm that high. I'm lucky it was her. Honestly, I don't know. I was that high. And she was like, "Why are we so high?" And I was like, "I don't know. I kept telling you, don't take too much. It's good acid." She was like, "How did you know?" And I was like, "I took a bunch of it." She's like, "You've been sneaking around doing acid without me?" And I was like, "Yeah. It's such good acid. I couldn't resist it." And she was like, "Yeah, it is good acid. Why are we this high?" And I was like, "I don't know. We had this terrible, terrible bad trip." And she was like, I'm leaving. And she just left the room. And I was like, okay, it's a big room full of people square dancing. It was insane. I was like, okay. She goes to the bathroom. I didn't know this, but all the slime bag dudes that are in her rave culture, they all go into the bathroom with her and they start blowing lines of cocaine with her at the age of, I think she was 15. All these dudes, her age too, they were all like 15, 16, 17 years old, something like that. They all go in the bathroom with her and they blow line, like, I remember the kid's name. I remember now, it was Lewis. Lewis goes in the bathroom with her and they blow lines of cocaine with like 5 people all goddamn night. And I was like, "You did what?" I was like, I've never had this before, and I've never had it since then. I don't leave myself in situations where I go, "You did what?" I just don't put myself in that situation. I was like, you did what? And she was like, "Yeah, I did cocaine with Lewis and his friends all night in the bathroom." And I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "I didn't know. I've just been lying in bed tripping balls too hard." And she was like, "Yeah, you got too high. You pissed my friend Rachel's bed. And you have to fix it." That's what I woke up to. She was like, you had pissed my friend Rachel's bed because you're tripping too hard on acid. I'm breaking up with you. And I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, I'm breaking up with you. I blew lines of cocaine in the bathroom all night because I'm fucking furious with you. And I'm on cocaine and I'm really mad at you and I'm breaking up with you. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. It's over. And you know, she was like, it's over. Don't even wait. Don't ask me. Don't call me ever again. She was like, it's over. I'm breaking up with you. Don't call me. And I was like, oh my God. Are you serious? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, all I did was get too high on acid. Everybody does that. You got too high on acid too. All I did was lie in bed and piss the bed. I'm going to go buy her a new bed right now, which is what I did. I went downtown. I bought her a brand new lightning globe. Those globes that if you touch the glass, the lightning touches to your finger. I was tripping so hard on acid that I was like, I can do anything I want. And watch me. And I picked up her lightning globe. I just smashed it on the ground, even though it was a $120 toy. I just smashed it. I was like, I could do anything I want. I could proposition my girlfriend for $5. You know, drugs make it okay for me to do anything, whatever, right? It was just a bad night on drugs. You know, it happened. But she did the same bad night, but she blamed me. I didn't blame her. She blamed me. And I was like, you're blaming me because my Asian acid dealer doesn't sell bunk acid. And she was like, no, I'm blaming you because my whole high school hates you. And I was like, okay, but I haven't done anything to them. They love me. They smoke me out all the time. I sit in their cars outside the school and shit. And they're like, yeah, she was like, they like you. They respect you, but they hate you because you're with me. And I was like, okay, I didn't know. And she was like, I didn't know till tonight either. Now, but you know, while I was on cocaine, a bunch of people told me. They're like, we really hate your boyfriend, you know, because he doesn't go to your school. And she was like, I'm breaking up with you because you don't go to my school. And you did too much acid, and you sold too much acid to my fucking friends, and you caused them to have a bad trip for an entire weekend. She was like, my friends are going to be tripping balls until 6 in the morning. We're some of us might not have houses after this, like, or homes after this. She was like, my friends are going to be sick until, like, I don't know, like probably like midnight, Monday night or something. She was like, you sold us some of the best acid we've ever had. And she was like, we're going to be tripping balls for like 3 days. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's horrible. I'm sorry. And she was like, this is it. I'm breaking up with you. This is terrible. And I was like, you're breaking up with me because my drugs are too good? And she was like, no, you arrogant asshole. Everybody hates you because we don't go to the same school. I'm going to date somebody from my own school. And then the same old thing happened again. I'm like the foreigner that comes in, you know, or whatever. And I'm like the foreign exchange student or whatever it is. It's so stupid. So the best relationship of my life ended immediately, instantly. You know, it was so stupid. I was like, God damn it. So then, you know, and that, but it started well. It started like 3 days after I got back from Paris. I like jumped into the best relationship of my whole life. You know, it was good. But then at the end of the year, I was like, God damn it. So then while I was in that relationship for that whole year, the prom queen from the public school that I was going to was in love with me for like a whole year, and I didn't know. And I went to, you know, I got kicked out of school. I got expelled from my high school in junior year. So I went to G-dubs like in my senior year in Denver. And like, you know, and the prom queen fell in love with me while I was still in love with my first girlfriend who I'd lost my virginity to. And she courted me. Like, that girl courted me. She chased me. She used to force me. She didn't force me, but she basically, she was like, I really want to sit in your lap. You know, that's what she used to say. She used to come up to me like at school and like at lunch. And she would look at me with these puppy dog eyes. And she was head over heels in love with me. This is my second girlfriend. Well, third, really. Second girlfriend that I had sex with, though. Like, first girlfriend, I was too young. Second girlfriend, I lost my virginity to. We're talking about the third one. The third one had been shopping me the entire year that I was dating the second one. And she was like almost suicidal that we weren't together. And she couldn't tell me this because she knew that I was like a good man and I just wouldn't truck with it. I was like, I have a girlfriend, you know? She would be like, can I sit in your lap? She would come up to me at lunch, and the prom queen would come up and she would be like, can I sit in your lap? The metalhead girl, the queen of the school, she would like come up to me and she'd be like, can I sit in your lap? And I'd be like, no. And all the dudes would crack up and all the girls would go tittering and stuff. And I'd be like, no. And she'd be like, why? I really want to sit in your lap. And I'd be like, I have a girlfriend. And she's like, does she know that I'm sitting in your lap? And I'm like, no, that's the point. And then I get 15 people in the metalhead crowd laughing at us and shit. And that fucking chemistry was there for like a year or something. It was like 10 months or something. It was so hard. Like month 2, I had the prom queen at the high school that I was going to in love with me, even though I was dating the raver from the art school. And so then finally, like the day that we broke up, my high school changed because my metalhead prom queen had been in love with me for like a year, and she couldn't have me, so she was miserable, and she was making everybody else around her miserable. She was dressing goth, and she was like, life is loss, and life is, people equal shit, and life is a Slipknot song. And she would teach this to me. She would come dancing up to me and tap me on the nose, and she'd be like, people equal shit. And I'd be like, yes, that is true, that is the case. And she's like, I like you. And I'm like, got a girlfriend. Sorry. And she's like, I like that too. I like that you won't touch me. And I'm like, yep, I won't touch you. Sorry. I'm not an asshole. I'm just not like that. I couldn't live with myself. I'm that pussy that blushes at the strip ball, at the stripper, at the strip club as he drops off the stripper that he's dating. I'm the guy who blushes and can't look at the strip club as he drops off the stripper he's dating. I don't know why it's like that. It just is. And that is something that happened to me in my lifetime. I dated a stripper for 2 years. I couldn't go into her work without being like, blinders on, blushing, can't watch, sorry. And it's not because I'm prim or that I wouldn't fuck every stripper in that joint in the fucking ass on meth or whatever. It's not like I'm the dirtiest motherfucker here. I can guarantee it. Make them all squirt or whatever. I'm the dirtiest motherfucker here. I guarantee it. But I can't live with myself if I'm with that girl. I can't live with myself if I touch somebody else. I didn't have to find out the hard way. I just never have. I can't live with myself. I know I can't. So when I'm in there in that strip club and all the girlies know me and all of them are my clientele because they're using me for rides and stuff like this, and they want to show me their boobies, I'm going like, oh God, can you get decent? And they're like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I'm dating Summer. And they're like, oh yeah, okay. So you're prim? I'm like, no, I'm dating Summer, and I think it's, I had to explain this to many strippers. I was like, I think it's infidelity if I lust after another girl if I'm with a girl. And they all like that. They like that, And I didn't come by that because I wanted it. I don't particularly like it. There's many times where I've had to be like, no, I will not fuck you because I have a girlfriend. Many times in my life I've been like, no, and I really don't want to. I don't want to say no. I just want to fuck all of them. I'm that crazy. I'm that egomaniacal. I just want to fuck all of them. I don't care. I don't want to say no. I just want to fuck all of them. If you have that disease in your head, then you would understand. It's not nymphomania. It's, I want to fuck every girl that exists. I don't care if they're fat. I've definitely have the first girl I ever kissed was a girl named Sarah M. And Sarah M. And she was a one-legged girl, and she was the ugliest, fattest one-legged girl in my high school. But because I pitied her and because she was in love with me, I was her first kiss, and she was mine. And we kissed on my first kiss was on a swing set with a one-legged fat girl who had spina bifida. And they had removed her leg. I miss her dearly. She was also a queen of the high school. She was the queen of the high school. She was the queen of my autistic private school. the fat one-legged girl. And she was fat, like to the point where I didn't want to touch her. She was fat. She was like 370 pounds or something. And I told her, I was like, I'm sorry. You're just not the one. You're not it for me. Oh, I don't want her. You can have her. She's too fat for me. I don't want her. You can have her. She's too fat for me. That's a South Park song. Oh my God. But I'm not above pity kissing a girl to get my first kiss. I'm not above pity kissing a one-legged fat girl to get my first kiss, because yes, I would fuck a one-legged fat girl and have. I've fucked 2 one-legged fat girls in my life, believe it or not. One of them wasn't that fat. One of them was a hooker, but I didn't pay her. She just jumped me. I was over at her house selling her methamphetamine. She was a hooker friend of mine, and I was like, well, she was like, yeah, I like you. You're a hot drug dealer, and you bring me my drugs. You want to fuck? And I was like, you're not the first one-legged girl I've been with. And she was like, you ever been with a one-legged hooker? And I was like, no. And she's like, do you wanna? And I was like, I'm not paying money to a hooker ever. And she was like, okay, come with me. And that's my I fucked a one-legged hooker story, because it is true. I did fuck a one-legged hooker, Oh, and by the way, that was one of the times that I had to call up my girlfriend and say, I break up with you, and hit end, because I didn't know it was coming. So then, yeah, I did that several times to my girlfriend before last, right? The one before last, my number, I don't know, what am I at now? 8 or no, I don't know, 9, something 9 now. I'm on like 9 wives or whatever it is, like 9 LTRs or whatever it's been. So yeah, my one before last, right? Yeah, I didn't particularly like her very much, but I did find her attractive, and I did fuck her a lot. And I did live with her downtown in her apartment, so I thought that the relationship was a good thing, because I was benefiting from it. I was using her, but I also really liked her. I mean, I was not ashamed to be with her. She was a good girlfriend. I don't feel ashamed that we had that relationship. It is what it is. But constantly, I told her constantly, I'm an asshole like this, because if there's a truth that we need to confront, I'm going to force you to confront it, because I don't do bullshit. I just don't do bullshit. So, like, I don't know, month 1, I had to tell her, I'm like, I'm not particularly that attracted to you, and it's a problem, kind of, because, I'm in love with this other girl that I know that I never ever see, and I think she's the Disney Princess one, and I don't think it's you, and I think we should break up, because I don't want to lead you on any further. And she's like, you're breaking up with me because you don't want to lead me on any further? It's not because you don't want to be with me? And I was like, yeah, I don't mind being with you, I actually don't mind it. I like your apartment. I like living downtown. I like you. I like smoking meth with you. I like you as a girl. I like making you squirt. I like fucking you. I like you. Whatever. I have told you that I love you. I did love that girl at that time. I loved her. I did. And I was like, I told you that I love you, whatever. It is true. I do love you. Later on, it turned out it was, I loved her as a friend, but I didn't know the difference yet at that time. I didn't know the difference between loving her as a friend and loving her as a girlfriend. I didn't really know the difference. I still don't, kind of. So whatever. So, and that's the problem. That's what got me in trouble with Cloud Candy, is I don't really know the difference between being a best friend with somebody and fucking the girl that you love. I don't really see the difference. To me, it's so intimate that being a best friend with somebody, I don't really see the fucking difference. That, yeah, I usually choose a woman as a best friend, and I usually fuck her. I mean, that's usually the part for course for me. So, I'm chasing Cloud Candy. I know she's the one, and still is the one till I meet the next one. Right now, she's still the one. It's fucking stupid. She's still the one. It's been 7.5 years, and I'm still completely married to this idea of marrying Cloud Candy, because somehow my Delulu methed up royally brain, I'm Delulu, and I think that somehow sunshine's gonna shine out of my butthole somehow, and all the bad things in my life are suddenly gonna go away just if I say that they're gonna go away. I'm putting it out to the universe that I want her back or whatever, or at least a better one in replacement, right? And I put it out there to the universe, and I fully fundamentally believe this, and I just put it out to the universe as Delulu dollars as it is. I put it out to the fucking out to the Delulu universe that I want that, until somebody better comes along, right? Until somebody better comes along. So, like, I tell the girl I'm currently with, you're not the Disney princess. You're not Cloud Candy. You don't make me get wet or whatever. You just make me get hard. She gets me wet in my soul, like, for real. Like, I think, like, when I go home at night and I think, oh, it's a really dark time and it's 10 degrees below zero and my car's broken down and I'm a meth addict and I'm a drug dealer and the women in my life are unhappy with me because I'm a drug addict and I have no place to go and all this and I'm unhappy. Cloud Candy is who I thought of in those moments, And in the darkest moments of my life for the last 7.5 years or something. Since the day I met her, Cloud Candy is who I think of. When I was in a coma in a hospital, and I thought Reaper from Overwatch was stalking through the halls with an automatic shotgun coming for me to murder me because I just got busted for drugs or whatever. And I was in a Halloween 2 situation where I'm stuck in the hospital with a fucking shotgun wielding maniac or whatever. And you know who comes to shut the door between me and the shotgun fucking wielding maniac? Cloud Candy. Now, I could imagine 7 other different girls that I've been with or whatever, all that meant just as much or more to me than she did, you know? But no, Cloud Candy is the one that comes up in my brain. It's fucking stupid, but it is. It's, you know, and I don't fuck around with bullshit. I just don't truck with bullshit. I don't do that. So until somebody better comes along, I just truck along thinking I'm going to find somebody better. And I go looking on dating apps or whatever. And I don't mind looking. I don't. It's just sort of annoying when you believe you found what you were looking for already. It's fucking annoying. So then I go back to the drawing board and I find somebody else, you know? Quite annoying. One of these isn't worth very much, but I don't remember what. I'm just going to toss out this petrified wood because it doesn't really sell for too much. 1750 over 1666. I got 100 pounds overweight somehow. It's wood. I'm going to have to lower all of it somehow. And that's like all of my love stories in the first 4 years of my puberty. All of that happened. You know, all of that happened except for the meth stuff with the meth girlfriend or whatever. All that happened between the ages of 14 and 18. All that crazy shit, going to Paris and all that stuff. My love life has always been crazy and torrential and really interesting and weird. Weird stuff like when I wanted Cloud Candy, I knew what it was going to take to get her. It wasn't going to be propositioning her or convincing her or all the love poetry I wrote or showing up in the darkest moments and helping her or anything like that. It wasn't going to be I love yous or I would have gotten her name tattooed on my hand or my arm or something like that, or I love yous or tattoos. It wasn't any of that. It was that, you know, I didn't want her in a bad situation. I loved her that much that I would hurt her. And that's weird. That's something I just couldn't truck with before I did it. I was like, I can't comprehend hurting her, but I think it's what's going to need to happen. And how I landed Cloud Candy is I got her out of a very, 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 very bad situation with a lot of really, really bad people that were taking advantage of her very terribly in the kind of ways that you might think that it sounds like. Really, really badly. You know, like she was basically, you know, I can't say it because it's her secret, but I mean, you know, so I got her out of that situation because I stole all that money that she made, you know. They were corrupt and they were paying her to do something. And I was like, the only way she's going to stop taking their money and make her life better is if I just take everything that they've given her and show her how futile it is, because that's what always happens. You do lose all of it. You go to jail, or you lose your husband or your wife, or you lose your son or your daughter, you lose your car, you catch a Dewey or something, but like drug addictions that lead you to do terrible things like getting taken advantage of by fucking, you know, sex traffickers and shit like this. They aren't good. They don't end good. So I just jumped her to the bad ending immediately, and then I gave her the money back when she left the situation. Double what I took, you know. I was like, "Hi, I'm here. I'm texting to tell you that, you know, about 9 months ago I stole $700 from you, you know." And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I kind of broke into your hotel room when you were out one night because I knew that you had money in there that was like the difference between you making it or not. So I came and I took that $700 and I stole it. I broke into your hotel room. I left no trace, no fingerprints, nothing. You could have called the cops. That still wouldn't have been detected. And I took the money and I put it in an envelope in the glove compartment of my car. And I held on to it until they towed my car from my parking spot. And that was three weeks ago. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago. They towed my car from my own parking spot out to the airport, and they wanted $2,500. When they towed my car from my own parking spot that I was paying for, in a working job, I wasn't homeless or anything like this. I had a girlfriend and a job and a life, and I was paying for my parking spot, and I was working 60-hour weeks, and I don't really understand why they towed my parking car, my Uber car, but they did. They towed my Uber car, and they wanted $2,500. I think the whole point is they get Uber drivers that they don't like because they're successful, so they set Hertz up to fucking tow your car. And they come to your place of residence and they tow your rental car out to the fucking airport and then back to the Hertz rental car, and they rekey the car. And that probably only costs that manager like $200 for his place to do. You know, the tow doesn't cost that Hertz rental car very much money on overhead that much. You know, it's cheaper for them to do that than it is for you. So I'm convinced that they did that on purpose. But the sad part is when they did that, the pigs of all people, the pigs stole my PlayStation 4, all my games. The pigs rolled the car and towed it, but they stole everything that was in that car. And I went back and I was like, I had a PlayStation 4. I got the receipts. I've got a PlayStation 4. I had a marijuana pen, 4 cartridges at $25 a pop. I had like all of my possessions, all of my clothes in there. I had $700 in the fucking glove box. Where's that? And they were like, no, we don't know. It's the impound, buddy. It's a rental car. The rental place owns anything that's in that car. And I was like, no, that shit in the car, even if I'm renting it, is my property. You let the rental place steal all of my possessions? And I yelled at a police officer. I've done this several times. I was like, you let the rental place steal all my possessions? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay, fuck you, asshole, you know? And so then, like, I'm looking at the loss of my PlayStation, all my games, all my clothes, all my money, all my possession. The money I stole from Cloud was in that fucking glove box. It had dust on it because it had been sitting there for fucking 9 months or something like that. That pissed me off, so I went to war with the fucking police in my head for a while. You know, I was like, fuck the police. They'll steal your money. Fuck these assholes. Because they did. They did steal my money. They stole that money. Fucking so annoying. So then I have to go back to Cloud, and I was like, I would have told you, like, you know, like I was very close to giving her the money back. I was like she got out of that situation. She went back to a shelter and she got better, you know? And I was like, you wouldn't have gotten out of that situation if I didn't jack you. And she was like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you are right. I never ever would have left that situation. I liked that situation. I was making a lot of money. And I was like, yeah, but it wasn't the right situation. You were being taken advantage of by sex traffickers. It's fucking fucked up, but it's true. And this happens to people all the time. It's common. And like, you know, it shit sucks, but I mean, and I was like, the only way you were going to get out of there is if I stole your money so you couldn't buy drugs and you couldn't, you know, like keep rolling in motel rooms and shit like this. You had to like fall down to the streets again. She was like, you're right. I did stop. I stopped that lifestyle when I realized that the best thing that was going to happen is that the money got stolen, you know? And I was like, yep. And she was like, okay, so what do you like? So why are you telling me this? And I was like, I'm here to tell you that I'm going to pay you triple what I took from you because, you know, I'm so fucked up and sorry and sad about what I did to hurt you from stealing that money that I'm going to leave this earth, you know? And I still feel bad like that, you know? So I was like, I'm sorry for hurting you like that. The woman that I love the most, that I've ever loved the most, I'm sorry for hurting you like that. I'm so sorry. You know, I'm an asshole. I'm not good at this. And she was like, we're going to stay friends. And I was like, what? I was like, no, I'm giving you $1,400. And later on, I gave her $4,000 more, you know, but here's $1,400 and I'm going to give you $700 more when I have $700 more, which I did. And I gave her $2,100 on fucking. I've got the proof of it on my cell phone. I can pull it right now. I gave her $2,100 on what's that app? You know, one of those Fund Me apps. I can't think of it. You know, the one where you like. What's the old one? It's not Zelle anymore. It's the older one than Zelle. I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, yeah, I like sent her $2,100 and she was like, oh my God, this is the most money I've ever had. You saved my life. You got me out of a bad situation. I can go to a hotel room when I need to and all this, and I don't have to do anything like and all this. And I was like, yep. And she was like, "You're giving me $2,000?" And I was like, "Yep, I'm giving you $1,400 now, and next week when I get my paycheck, it'll be $700 more. I'm gonna give you triple what I took because I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you that I'm paying triple what I stole from you because I'm paying triple in the cost of money. I'm paying triple in the cost of life fees. I'm paying triple in the cost of guilt. I'm going to burn in hell now because I stole from the woman that I love." And she was like, "But you did it to help me." And I was like, "No, I think deep down inside, I just wanted to take your money. I'm that shitty asshole." And she was like, "I think deep down inside, you wanted to help me. You came back and gave me the money back." And I was like, "Yeah, but I think it's probably greed, right?" And she was like, "No, I think you came back and gave me the money back because you thought about this for a year and tortured yourself." And she's like, "I'm going to accept it is what it is," and not, you know. I was like, I told her I was the one trying to push the argument that I jacked her. I was like, "I jacked you. I very willingly, joyfully broke into that fucking hotel room and stole $700 from you because I believed that it would get you to leave, like to leave that crew, leave that clique." And she did too. She left that clique. She went back to a shelter. She got friends with real people again, as opposed to fake drug people and fucking, you know, pimps and hookers and shit like this. And like she started hanging around with real people again. And then the next time I showed up, I was like, "Here's $700 more," and she was like, "You want to do something?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do. And she was like, "What do you want to do?" And I mistook what she meant. I thought she meant like, "Do you want to do something like do a business together?" So I was like, "I want to pay this dude that I know methamphetamine. He'll trade me credit card numbers. I want to take the credit card numbers and I want to rip off people that I've never met before, build up about 30 grand and use it to build a drug empire, and I will give you all half of it if you just come with me. And this time next year, we go legal. We take the $3 million that we make with the stolen credit card money, selling rides, selling drugs, using the money to flip, building a business, selling rides, selling anything. It doesn't really matter. I fixed the laptop screens. I was like, I'm going to build an LLC and I'm going to do a bunch of business under it. You can do a bunch of shit too. Like you can steal from places and use my LLC to hide and all this shit. I was like, let's build a criminal enterprise because we're not going to get money any other way. We've tried every other way we can. We've worked so hard. She was like, "Yeah, I don't think we're going to dig our way out of this poverty without crime." I was like, "Yeah, I don't think so either." And I really didn't believe that at that time. And I still don't really believe that. I wouldn't have been able to dig myself out of that hole without crime, out of drug addiction, out of poverty, out of living in the garage or anything like that. Without help from the government, I never ever would have gotten out of that situation. I would have killed people, raped, not raped, but murdered, or like not raped, but like, I would have done anything. You understand? I'm not admitting to rape or murder because I've never done anything like that. I'm not like that. But if somebody would have offered me getting out of like that situation at the cost of harming another person, I would have done it just to get out of that situation. That's like I would have raped or murdered or slaughtered or stolen or anything. I would have done anything. I hate admitting this about myself, but life was so bad back then, and she knew it too. She had it too. She was like, "My mother died when I was 2. My father doesn't give a living shit if I exist or not. My brother's gay and he's living on the streets. I'm bi and nobody accepts me." All this stuff. She was like, she started listing off all the fucking crazy problems, and I was like, "I'm sorry, that none of this is fun." And she's like, "I'm living on the streets. I don't have a home. The shelter, I'm aging out of the shelter, and I'm the most marginalized person in the fucking community. I have, I've done things to get by that I'm not proud of, and all this other stuff." And I was like, "Okay, I get it. I'm sorry." You know, and I was like, "Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to buy these credit cards from this dude, and we're going to use it to re-up at my dealer, and we're going to live in hotel rooms, and we're going to flip dope, and we're going to steal credit cards, and we're going to buy food with credit cards, and we're going to live off of Grubhub." And that was her favorite idea. She was like, "If I'm going to do crime, I want 3 meals from Grubhub every single day." That was her price. She was like, "If I'm going to do anything criminal," she was like, "if I'm going to do anything criminal, I want 3 expensive ass meals from Grubhub every single fucking day." That was her price. She was like, "I don't want sex. I don't want money. I don't need particularly a place to live. I'll bounce around. I don't even really care much about that even. She was like, I want 3 meals from Grubhub every single fucking day. And they got to be good meals too, you know, 50, 60, $100 meals. And I was like, you have a $300 a day Grubhub habit? And she's like, yes. And I was like, you know, my last girlfriend had a $300 a day heroin habit. That's not that weird for me. And she was like, if you get me Grubhub, I will go with you anywhere. And she did. And I did. Got her a lot of Grubhub. Probably 200 or 300 times I got her Grubhub at $50 to $100 a pop. You know, that's what she wanted. That's what she gets. You know, like when I don't know, it just goes on, but you know, the stories just go on, but it's just crazy. It's like, so, and that's my reality. Like, you know, like these are weird realities. These girls, they talk about their boyfriends and going to Paris and stuff. I talk about the girlfriend who dumped me because she did too much cocaine. You know, when I got with her 3 days after coming back from Paris and shit like this. I don't have normal stories.
I think I want to go to the catacombs, which
yeah, I don't have normal stories. I really don't. I would like to build some.
Of those. Did. And it was phenomenal, right? I walked 15 to 20K steps a day. You know, my favorite part about
no
issue is actually like the emphasis on like art. I feel like it made me feel very like, oh, I want to just take out my sketchbook, go to a random cafe or a park, and just draw. It was awesome. It was good. It was good.
I actually didn't clock the fact that Paris would be so incredible for you from like an artistic, creative standpoint, whether it's art or fashion or whatever. People in Paris have so much taste. There's so much to see. That's actually where I would oftentimes walk by just random, almost like open art galleries or like storefronts with art galleries. And I would just take screenshots of random artists that I like, and then I'd buy their paintings online.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah. Like, I feel like there's so much to see in Paris. It's so fun.
As the art aspect was what drew me in the most. Like, I even ended up buying a few art materials there. Also, people are just very lively there. It feels like even after 10 p.m. here, it's ghost town in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there, the lights are dazzling.
It's
everyone's
even
walking,
prettier at night.
Everyone's sipping, smoking a cigarette in front of the boulangerie, like
having a coffee.
It's very lively, and it's just very stimulating, and I really like that. Yeah. Anyway, Paris.
So are you gonna come back next time with me?
I do want to go again.
All right. Anything else you want to say about your trip? About your T word and P word with M word?
My trip to Paris with Michael? I feel like I'm playing one of those like games where
correct.
I thought that was really cool. Oh. We went to a giant park. Oh, biking was really fun. In Paris, the biking structure is
Amsterdam.
Phenomenal.
Europe's so cool.
And also the stop, like, you know, what do you call it?
I love Europe.
The thing that tells you where to walk or not to walk.
Crosswalk.
Stops.
Crosswalk.
Yeah.
Crosswalk.
In Paris. People do not care.
Just like New York.
Look, I have holes in my brain from meth and heroin and smacking my head into the concrete, and I'm still sharper than these kids. It's weird.
Yeah. Suggestions.
And that's why people are so cool.
I do. Every time I've been to Europe, I have liked it.
I like it.
I'm Europe pilled.
Yeah, I'm Europe pilled too.
All right. So let's talk about some spicy topics of the week. Sweet and sour and spicy. Wait, that's a good.
Sweet and sour and spicy. Add
so
sweet and sour and spicy. Get a third.
So we're gonna start the episode.
Get Emmy. Get a Miru. She'll break you out of your like. Amiru is actually a cool scene girl. You guys are just masquerading at it as a get Amiru on this stream, but I mean Amiru is an actual cosplayer, you know.
Hey, I'm producing.
I think she's a cosplayer too, but I don't think she's like a serial one like fucking Amiru.
I love it.
Amiru would fit on this podcast so well.
Start the episodes talking about one sweet thing and one sour thing. It can be anything.
Sure.
That we bring to the table. Okay?
Oh, I like that.
And
sweet, sour, and spicy.
We're gonna move on to the spicy topics of the week. Tea, drama, gossip. This week, racism. Bad. This just said.
Big.
Thanks so much. And then we end with slice of life advice. And it's a full course menu, baby. We got the sweet, sour, spicy Slice of life.
You should clone yourself and then hire your clone as the producer.
God, would I? Guys!
Oh, you're so
Is that egotistical to say?
so
Or confident? Because I know me, I would learn how to do a fucking thing.
we should fuse ourselves.
Yes,
and then
we
hire
should.
that person as a producer.
That'd be so dope. I feel like if we fused ourselves, it'd be someone with split personality.
Dude, it would be so how would we be fused? What if they're just like perfectly balanced?
Maybe,
Right?
actually, yes. I get what you mean.
We should have a kid.
I feel like there's a lot of male voices on my stream all the time, and I like hearing feminine voices on my stream quite a lot. It's good.
Yeah, our kid could be that perfectly balanced.
I'm down. You know, my gynecologist told me I have an insane amount of eggs. So much so that I'm going to do an egg retrieval. And she's like, usually someone would retrieve like 20 eggs. We're going to retrieve like 200.
What?
Literally, why do I have 10 times? I'm like a mutant.
Why are you fertile?
Besides the point, but it had me thinking, why am I fertile? Look at me. It had me thinking, I have too many eggs for one person. I'm not going to have 200 babies.
Can I eat
And
it?
then it had me thinking, should I do an egg giveaway? Imagine.
Stop.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Pokey's egg.
I'm not gonna, but wouldn't that be fun?
That seems a little dystopian though.
Right, but have you seen this day and age? Anyways, back to the spicy time.
Wait, I want to retrieve my eggs now.
Do you want
I'm
one of my
curious.
eggs?
Can I just take your egg? Is
Yeah.
that a thing? Like, can
Yes.
you give me your egg
Absolutely.
and put it in mine?
Yes.
So it'd be like Michael and Pokey
Yes.
DNA.
Oh my god. Wait, that's how we fuse us three.
This was an amazing moment.
Alternatively, your egg, ew. You know, but in me. No. You see, guys, there's an alternate universe where this conversation was on the Patreon,
These fertile women are making me horny. It's annoying.
but aren't you happy it's not?
No. I just thought
Anyway.
about that. It's so funny.
Right?
God.
See?
God, I'm trying to think. Like, wow. That's so funny. Anyway,
The way we're still not on the spicy topic.
sorry. What are we talking? Oh my
So
God.
here's the spicy topic. There is a very popular restaurant in Los Angeles, I believe in Larchmont, called Great White.
I know that restaurant.
Have you been?
I almost went to it. Yeah.
Same. I also
I need to worry about lunch, and I'm going to do so. I'll be right back.
just walked by. I was like, oh, it's really nice. We should go sometime. I never ended up going.
What? No.
But I know.
Stop. Oh. Don't log my new world. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's very popular. And it has been trending for the wrong. A very popular restaurant in Los Angeles, I believe in Larchmont, called Great White.
I know that restaurant.
Have you been?
I almost went to it. Yeah.
Same. I also just walked by. I was like, oh, this is really nice. We should go sometime. I never ended up going, but I know it's very popular. And it has been trending for the wrong reasons. Let's start off with this video in particular that someone I believe is talking about how they were placing all Asian customers in a specific and segregated area/corner of the restaurant, separate from where the white people were sitting. Which, no pun intended, from the Great White. Can we play it?
Hey guys, I'm at Great White, and I don't know if it's just me, but they put all Asians in one corner.
Yep.
That's insane. I think I did try to go with
They
Michael
do
once.
that.
Oh my
They do
gosh.
that.
But it was too busy.
Did it actually look busy?
I got no clue. He just went somewhere else. He looks white.
So not only were customers saying this, but prior employees were also saying that this is true. Many others started claiming similar treatment. Other people tried going to the restaurant to test it out. Do you know what happened with those people?
There was a couple of influencers that did experience the same thing, but I think once all of this kind of blew up, it was
It
like
stopped occurring.
Yeah.
Ooh, so then I'm leaning on the side of it. Probably a little, just a
Oh,
little,
I think it's definitely
Oh, but-
true.
everyone knows racism against Asians isn't real.
What?
No, I think
Like-
sometimes people don't take it seriously. From what I see sometimes.
I agree. I get what you mean.
As an Asian, I am Asian. In case you didn't know.
Oh, I
Putting
saw
that
the
out there.
Chinese photo earlier with.
Oh man. Oh man.
No, I agree, and it's been a little revolting to see, and I feel like it must feel very dismissive. And what's the opposite of validating?
Invalidating?
Invalidating. What was I thinking? Devalidating, devalued. It must feel so invalidating. I was gonna say as an Asian person.
Yeah, like I feel invalidated. My country, I feel very invalidated by my country because I cannot sell online currency and make a really basic income. That seems really weird, and like I feel very invalidated, and I don't like them. I don't like either one, Republicans or Democrats. I think they're traitors. I think their whole business is actually making sure that we don't thrive.
I'm not speaking for myself. Hypothetically, if I was.
Are you not Asian?
Anyways, so yeah, for people to be like, oh, it's not as much so racism when it very, 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 very much is. On top of that, I'm so glad people are coming out about not just this treatment, but in particular, the employees who were told to treat customers this way, because this is not the first time that I've heard of these kinds of instances occurring. I've had people work in
I think it's bad to sort them by race, but also I think it's wise to sit them by race. Why not? It's your restaurant. You can do as you please, you know. Why not sit them by according to race? Because then there's probably less, you know, probably less problems.
Brands at companies, and they've also told me that their company will literally instruct them, for example, not to hire models of color or not to send their clothes to influencers of color because they want to quote unquote retain a certain brand image. And we all know what that means. That means racism.
I do wonder, there must be so many instances of things like this happening behind closed
that we
doors
don't know
that we
about.
don't know.
Yep.
That's what.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is Jim Crow. They call this Jim Crow. You're speaking about Jim Crow.
Why I'm glad when this shit comes to light.
I can imagine if that happened to me, right? I feel like I would almost trick myself. Like, there's no way. Like, no way people are doing this and stuff, and probably like try to minimize it because I don't want to believe that, you know, that could happen, but it's sad.
And I think it's important to uncover because these same companies that will treat certain demographics or part of their customer base this way are still all the same profiting off of them. It's fucked up, and I think people should know where they are putting their money. So let's see what happened. Is there more to it?
The restaurant themselves issued like a statement. I couldn't find the statement itself, but it was just like news websites saying that they said this.
What did they say?
They said that they treat everyone the same and that they're like the Great White restaurant name is just because of the Australian like theme, not necessarily.
I was gonna say
that is a very funny name for this kind of controversy that they have. It's pretty funny.
My lord.
But yeah, and then this was a recent like story of someone debunking it, quote unquote, saying like that they went and they got seated with like not in the area that people were saying, but
okay, but this is after.
Yeah, this is after. So this
that doesn't count.
I mean, yeah, that's yeah. But yeah, that's really have been it. And then I think one of the major things is they've been experiencing obviously less business.
Oh,
I will never go.
I can imagine a lot of people went after to test it out, you know?
Yeah. I hope they ordered just water and lunch. I'm curious if this person who went and they're like, oh, they were nice and let me pick my seat when it isn't busy. I don't love that because I feel like you're trying to give them good PR when they frankly don't deserve it. Evidently, this is already something that's gone massively public. Of course, they aren't going to continue this behavior after being outed for it. I am much more interested in prior experiences of people who either have been treated this way or haven't, I would trust those accounts a lot more than an influencer going now and being like, oh, it wasn't a problem for me.
I think,
Like, well,
we can only hope
of course they try to rectify it.
that if it were true, the backlash made them reconsider how they treat people, and maybe this could be a positive change for the world. I'm in my rainbow period.
I struggle with that. Like, you know, when a company is essentially financially bullied into behaving better,
But maybe,
right? Yes, it's like,
but is it better?
do they deserve my money now? Even okay, performative or not, it is good change. Am I still going to want to go there? Yeah, I don't know.
But in a world where the option is they are racist
Mhm.
and then they're bullied into not being racist, I think I would choose option B, right?
I'm with you, but then do you engage with said company?
Probably not.
Me neither. It just doesn't feel great.
Unless they actually prove that they are changing and they believe in what they are doing, then sure, I think people should be capable of change. Someone got a text message.
I guess it's also difficult when it's like a massive restaurant of sorts.
Yeah.
It's like there's employees, there's chefs, and then there's owners, managers, but there's so many people involved. There is one instance though where someone did kind of get canceled for behavior that I don't fully agree with. And then I didn't watch their content for a very long time. Then I low-key went back to it. And it's the only person/company that I have really felt this way about. So let me briefly share my experience.
Stir my lunch.
Do you know Andrew Huberman? He has a really, really popular podcast called the Huberman Podcast or Huberman Lab Podcast. And it's strictly science. Strictly science, health protocols, teaches you about metabolism, sleep, memory, cognitive function, all these things. And he has many, many experts as guests on his podcast. Very informative, free, great podcast. A year or two ago, 2 years ish ago, these women all came out. Okay, let me give a little bit of context. He's like a 40-year-old professor at Stanford. He gives this very wise, homey vibe, teaching the masses, free education, very, very wholesome. Sorry, so the controversy was all these women came out and they were basically like, he's been playing all of us. He's been doing IVF/pregnancy treatment with me while seeing this other girl behind my back, shit like that. So all these women came out and basically I called him a play, which is clearly the polar opposite of how he portrays himself online. Anyways, he never responded. And there was a ginormous expose of him on a huge publication. He never responded. He just let it come and go. And he has been coming out with the same content since then. And I'm not going to lie, for a solid year and a half, it gave me the ick. I was like, I can't watch this man. But a couple months ago, I was like, you know what? I am really curious about how to upkeep my cognitive function. And I kind of had to, I don't, you can let me know if you feel it's a fair or unfair instance to kind of separate the art from the artist, but it's I really am just curious about this information that he's sharing, especially when there are experts on his podcast. I no longer idolize or glamorize who he is as a person, potentially, and I think it's very healthy to go through instances like this with content creators online. However, I do feel objectively, the content he makes and produces is good and beneficial to me and others. So it's tough.
I think if you wanted to stop consuming content of everyone you disagreed with, you would find that there is a lot more than you think. So
or you would probably have a hard time consuming much of anything.
There's a lot.
Yes. But of course, there are certain boundaries that you can't ever really overlook, like racism. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. There's definitely levels to it too. But to outright stop consuming things from people that you don't agree with, I think there would be too much, in my opinion. So I think you do. It's preference almost. Everyone's levels are different.
I have this. I don't like Skill Up because he definitely tricked me. I wouldn't say tricked me, but he definitely supports the shilly games. They call him Shill Up for a reason, and he gets me to buy games that I wouldn't normally buy because he is an industry shill, and he points out games and makes them sound like they're better than they are. Because somebody's paying him to do that. I know they are. And, like, I don't know who would be. He gives his own opinion and stuff, but I struggled to like him because I was like, I know that you're making so much money off telling these kids to buy this bad game. You know, I don't know. But I respect Skill Up a lot. I like him. I like him as a streamer. He's good.
Are like, yeah, you're racist, but it's okay, because I like your, I don't know.
I get you. It's kind of to each their own, and also I think very much case by case basis. Like, for example, a restaurant, it's like it's so easy to not go to one restaurant. But to be honest, he kind of has the monopoly of like that kind of podcast, and I wasn't really able to find a replacement. And I'm like, well, I'm just listening to the man and the experts on the podcast. I'm no longer going to view him in any sort of light per se, or hopefully anyone. We can get into this another day, but I've just stopped idolizing people online, period.
Yep.
I'm not perfect, and neither are they. It doesn't matter how fucking cool they look. I promise you. Yeah.
No, that's pretty healthy.
Except you, Lily Pichu. She's actually perfect.
I know.
And that's why I have a podcast with her.
Back in my blue.
It's true. Oh, my baby.
I was so rainbow.
She really, like, she's as perfect as it
Flip-flop.
gets. She really is. She's so cute. I love her. Anyways, anything else we want to discuss?
Dude, I feel the AI bubble. It's gonna like.
Let's introduce the topic first. You care to?
Artificial intelligence. Sora AI.
Mm-hmm.
It's a video AI thing, right?
So I believe it's an AI model of sorts that creates videos based off of the prompt that you give it. I've never tried it, so girl, I can't really tell you. But the shit I've seen makes me want to yak-a-dackle-do in my mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Jake Paul ones.
I've heard of the Jake Paul ones, but I haven't seen a single one. Can we pull one up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead. What have you seen?
I've seen fake police cams.
What do you mean?
You know those police body cams?
Yeah.
It's fake. There's fake ones made with AI. Okay, but the one I saw was so funny. It's like a police coming in, and it looks so real. The kid is like on his computer. He's like, we gotta pull it up. He's like, yeah, you have 10 CS at 30 minutes, and you're like, he's like, harassing the kid.
Wait, that's
For
funny.
being bad at games, and he's like, I didn't do anything. He's like, you didn't ping this blah blah blah. You let your raid party down or whatever. And I'm
Does
like,
it
oh
look
my God.
realistic or does it look like AI?
It looks real enough where I think it can fool people,
Mhm.
and I think it is getting better. There are little things, obviously, like if you look really carefully.
She's
but the
had a
average
nose
person,
job.
I don't know if they will put all that effort into trying to see is this AI. I don't know. It's a game I play now with Michael. Sometimes when we go out, we see like stuff. I'm like, is this AI or
not?
is this not AI?
You know what else scares me? There was a recent Vogue publication where almost half of the ads were AI, but not all were tagged or like watermarked
It
as AI.
should be tagged at the very minimum.
I agree, but half the ads in a magazine being AI is fucking crazy already.
No,
Already?
It's everywhere. It's actually way more areas than I think. Like sometimes I'll see videos where people are claiming to be artists and they are drawing, right? Digital art. They're showing their speed paint and everything, but everything is AI.
It's really well made, this one.
This
actually
is scary.
A lot of the Sora AI stuff I saw. Oh my God, I don't even know if we should pull up the iJustine tweet. Those videos were so bad they hurt my brain.
I gotta.
This actually just looks like Jake Paul, which freaks me out a little.
That is scary. Like that's fundamentally so scary.
Because it's
Anyone
real.
can make AI videos of you. I
also want to specify
That
I'm
was
really
him
just
putting
saying that
makeup on.
This is
He lost
funny
a bet.
because I know he's okay with it.
yeah.
And I also like that because I imagine an alternate universe where he's like, I'm not gay. As if there's anything to be ashamed of if you are. So I really appreciate that he is like taking it in stride and also laughing along with it. Though in general, using people's image to make AI videos of them without their consent is not good. Guys, the iJustine one, she was getting cooked for this. So iJustine posted a video which it's a little bit odd because both the way that she framed it in her own caption, as well as the fact that it's a 2-minute plus long video of numerous Sora clips, it feels like an advertisement, but she's clarified in the responses that it's not. But damn, it really, really feels like it. This is the kind of AI where it's like, oh, this is evidently AI. It's like melting my eyeballs. I agree, many parts of the internet are being ruined, but wouldn't it be so dope if we all found a safe haven somewhere aside from the Sweet and Sour podcast? But like I remember when I was 12 and I started going on MMOs, and it felt like discovering magic, genuinely.
There's some MMOs out there still, but
the magic aspect.
maybe it's
It
'cause we were a
wasn't
kid,
scary to
though.
be online. I didn't feel like every algorithm ever was trying to take advantage of me. I actually felt like I found
We need a
community
good
online.
game.
Not that people
We do
can't
need a new
nowadays.
game. We do.
It just feels like there are traps left and right. Like when I quote unquote fall for an AI video and I don't realize it's AI, I genuinely feel duped. I'm like, oh, my poor brain. And it feels like being online is so bad for my brain.
I think not only is a lot of things AI, maybe we're not aware of it, but I also
I think I'm
there's
such a mentally healthier person than a lot of other people around me. Despite how crazy I am, I'm got to be the craziest person on the planet or whatever, right? But I know I'm much more mental healthier like than a lot of the people around me because I don't use social media. I know I don't use it at all. I really don't. I get on Blue Sky to follow somebody so they know I exist, and that's about it. Like, I'm a fan. I'm here to show that I'm a fan. That's what I use social media for. Like, hey, I like your album or whatever. And I swear to God, I am not as brain rotted, not nearly as brain rotted. I definitely am brain rotted, but I'm not brain rotted as nearly as bad as these kids because of TikTok. TikTok's good. I'm not saying TikTok's bad. I'm saying TikTok could be done better.
lot more bots.
Oh, I agree.
I think we underestimate how many bots are out there.
Bot replies,
Bot
or
everything.
not just that, people AIing or like using AI to create their own captions, their own content concepts, their own so many things.
Yep.
So much is either a bot or AI generated. It feels like junk food for your eyes and therefore brain.
Wonder how the internet's gonna look in 5 years.
I don't know if I want to know.
I think, though, never forget the act of creating something for yourself. The joy and whimsy that it brings to your life and soul is unparalleled.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Like I like what I did a song on Thursday. I did the Bellingham No Kings protest on Saturday. Today I did a video about the influence of lobbies over our government as opposed to the public, and who knows what I'll do tomorrow. And I love making stuff. I actually really do. It does give me a good feeling.
I can match that.
Ooh, there is a YouTuber that I saw someone saying he posted an AI video. I think he deleted it, but he's very popular. He's a duo, part of another podcast. I don't remember the name, sadly, but I'm sure a lot of you guys know them. And I wish I saw the video while it was up, but I'm like, what does it mean for a YouTuber to post an AI video? Like a popular one. Like, what if I could go and be like, okay, Sora, create a 5-minute video of Pokemon reacting to these TikToks. And then I upload, I never would, but isn't it scary to think of a future like that?
My brain.
My brain too. I feel like we're going to be making mush content if we did that.
One time where I was making music and the producer, with my permission, they used my voice as an AI Lily to sing the song to see how it would sound.
Whoa.
And then I recorded my actual vocals. And it was fascinating because AI Lily Sang better than me, Loki. So I was really sad about that.
Did it really sound like you?
It's I can show you.
Like,
It's pretty
would
insane.
I be able to tell?
I don't think so.
We play it. You should have quizzed me.
Oh yeah, let's play both and let you
Yes.
know. But it could like Lily could hit some notes better,
Mhm.
than real Lily. But the imperfections is kind of what makes us human and stuff. So
I'd like to think so. I think that in 5 to 10 years, there's going to be a rise in like Amish lifestyle people,
Meow. Yep.
but also, what's the word?
I gotta make a Twitter that says shit.
Also
Luddite.
documenting
Luddite.
that.
Luddite.
Like
Luddite
documenting,
is the word.
hey, this is how we live with no social.
I am more intelligent than these extremely successful streamers, which is a good sign for me. A person opposed to new technology or ways of working. That's the word. It's Luddite, and she couldn't remember it.
Media, but they're also posting it on.
But I mean, she's really, really busy. She's busy. Her brain is overlogged. You can see it. 5 medium mining ships. Nice. Ships in construction. All of them are mining in Grand Exchange. Very good.
Sure, absolutely.
Nope, stop.
On social media.
God, it's so.
But they're like, but we don't look at YouTube, we don't go on TikTok, we don't look at AI anything.
I feel like there are people like that right now.
Actually, that is a little bit of a popular niche of sorts that tends to align with like the trad wife aesthetic and living on a farm and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not like,
That's what I'm doing.
there's no surprise that people are attracted to that kind of content because we live in such a artificial world, to be honest.
That's harder than it sounds, though.
Yeah.
Like
I
living
agree.
fully off grid and stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's do some Solas stories and head off.
My boyfriend, who's a 20
My boyfriend, 24M, and his ex, 25F, dated
for over 3 years in college. They broke up because they wanted different things in life and didn't want one to have to sacrifice for the other. He said they meant a lot to each other and that they knew that if they did stay together, resentment would build and it would lead to a bad breakup. They would rather stay friends than lose each other altogether. So they clearly did have feelings for each other, even when they
Yeah, I've had a couple of those.
broke up. My boyfriend and I, 24F, started dating over a year after they broke up. We've been together for about 9 months now, so it's been a year and 9 months, right? He isn't in contact with his ex directly, but they are in group chats together because they have a lot of mutual friends. He still follows her private account, which literally only has 12 followers. I have asked, and he has shown me what she posts on there. She happened to be in our city last week and texted him asking to get lunch with him and catch up. She said I could come along too, and that she would love to meet me. That is a pretty, I don't know. I feel like that's a green flag for me personally.
I agree, 100%.
At first, I thought it was some kind of ploy of hers to assert dominance,
That's
but
so
honestly,
funny.
she was a sweetheart. She made sure I was comfortable and kept making conversation.
Love
with me.
that. Girls.
Wait, that's a huge green flag. I don't know what I'm feeling right now. She's stunning too. I get why he was head over heels in love with her. I love my boyfriend, but I'm afraid she is the one that got away from him, and I will never live up
Yeah.
to what they had. Well, your boyfriend chose you. You must remember this. He chose to date you. And also, I think it's such a good sign that she includes you. She is making conversation with you. She's not isolating you.
But
But
I don't think the ex-girlfriend here is the problem, nor can I even say the boyfriend or the girlfriend is the problem. The problem, frankly, is that she's feeling a little insecure. And I mean, I understand why. However, I think there is absolutely a path forward. I feel like right now you just have too many question marks up in the air. If I were in your shoes, I would frankly just have a conversation.
I don't
With my
want that
boyfriend,
loud
tell him
ass
how I
UI
feel.
sound anymore. It's like good, but it's overstated. It's welcome. I like the sound of the UI. It's video gamey, but I don't like the reoccurring UI noise anymore. Oh, there was ambient on it. I didn't want the ambient on. I was like, why does this sound like forest all the time? Look, even at 13, it blasts me. We're going to put it at 1. I wish you could just bust all this down.
feeling, tell him that I'm feeling a little insecure in ways that are not his fault, not the ex's.
I have 1,000 vials of suspended Azoth now. I'll never have to worry about Azoth ever again. What's the weight of it? 8 pounds, that's fine, yeah. I'll never have to worry about Azoth for a while, and that's good. And I'm still up. I'm at 85 grand. I've been blowing like 15 grand and shit like that. Yeah, I'm not cycling this loot. It takes way too long. I'd way rather just get out there and fucking farm it all again. Yeah, I'm not going to cycle this loot. I don't care about cycling this loot. It just takes my time in a way that I'm not really comfortable with. So just sell it all. Let them do it. I'll take the flat money. I'm making good money or whatever. Everybody's got their style and ways that they do things. I should process all this loot. It's a crying shame that I'm not. But I just don't have the patience. I play how I play these days, and I don't want to sort boxes, and I don't want to fucking cycle loot, and I don't, it's just a waste of time to me. I'd rather get out there farming and playing the game, and play the game how you want to play. I have a lot of apples. Those will sell. Well, they won't. Yeah, they'll sell. I mean, they'll sell fast, but I have 100 apples. I could probably dictate the price. Yeah, I think I want to sell apples for gold. And if I say they're worth a gold, and I start selling them for gold, they'll be worth a gold. It's like such a low difference. I do like the music low like this because you can hear the music, but it's not like invasive. Never thought about just doing music super low. I don't usually like do that, but stone bricks 105 for 200 gold. Let's see what cut pristine diamonds are at. I can't believe how much money I made off this. 72 gold, bitch. 72 gold. I should sell them. Oh, man, but I don't know. Then I'll have to buy diamonds, right? I did sell so many of them, but now I kept 100 so that if I need them, I can use them. It's like, eh. But boy, I made like 30 grand off that or something. That was a good hustle. Wood planks are 5 gold a piece. Got 86 of them for some reason. 674. I like cycling wood. Wood doesn't bother me. Wood, I do like cycling some of it, but I need to kind of narrow down in my brain what's fun and what isn't. Like, for instance, I like doing cloth because it's fast and it's straightforward. I like leather. It's fast and straightforward. I don't like arcana. It requires way too much thinking and way too much clicking. I don't like outfitting at all. Armor, weaponsmith, any of that stuff. I don't like any of it. I don't like production at all. I do like stone, and I fucks with stone. I just sold a whole bunch of stone bricks. And I do mess with wood. So yeah, like the wood cutting and the stone cutting, I could cycle those things, and I did. But I could skip all the rest. I could go cloth, leather. I could just narrow down and skip all the rest of it and just do cloth, leather. Like I'm gonna do the run because I'm trying to do it in my mind, and I realized that I'm like 5 or 10 feet away from it. So yeah, just walk over, right? So if we come here, if we look at the tannery. And I turn on like have materials, right? Yeah, and this is always like sort of the case. I kind of do pull in leather like all the time. And we can walk our way up the leather. Rugged leather, right? Yeah. And in that way, I am like, you know, getting the most bang for my buck, I believe, and it also condenses all the loot down. I don't like this red barrel. It doesn't really make sense. What the fuck is this thing? What is that? It annoys me that have materials, or maybe I turned it off actually. What it is. Yeah, I should cycle these things. I guess I should cycle. I should just cycle. It takes so much time. Like, look, even these two things take so much time. It's so annoying. It's like, come on, man. I just want to be done with this. Like, do the whole page or whatever. Why do I have to do click, 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 click? So, kitchen. Yeah, like kitchen. Often I find this kind of actually costs me money if I meddle in the kitchen. If I just sold the materials, I'd probably do better. Do the chef projects and stuff, yeah. Chef's research projects, huh? Delicate sand dye. That's cool. I can like dye this coat, I guess, and turn it a different color. This coat's kind of ugly. Or actually, I like the coat. It's got a cool collar to it. Yeah, this is, yeah, I don't want to do Arcana. I don't want to do outfitting. I skipped them entirely. But we could do cloth, or sorry, leather, cloth. So, cycling, stone's always good. Right, and then we can skip certain benches. Like, I don't want to touch that bench. But I can just go. I guess cycling is kind of mindless. It is mindless, and it produces money. Yeah, and then just... But I don't know why the have filters thing, have materials filter gets turned off. It's so annoying. I don't know why it does. But yeah, I don't fuck with these. I don't like those. And I'm learning to cycle faster and just skip certain benches.
Fault.
Yeah.
And I think just throughout those conversations, one of two things will happen. Either he's going to reassure you in a way that makes you, that like should hopefully evaporate those insecurities. Like, hey, like she's great, but I love you because of this and I love you because of that. And it'll help you realize your differentiating factors between you and her that he appreciates. So it'll either be that, or if he starts stumbling and mumbling, like, why do you even care? No, it's whatever. It sounds suspicious. Then maybe that'll be some sort of reflection on your relationship. I'm not saying that she is the one that got away, but she could be, and she could not be. Me and you don't know, but it's up to you to find out and hopefully get reassurance in your relationship. Yeah. What do you think?
Open communication wins again.
Yeah, open communication is
No.
always win. Yeah, I don't like lies.
Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Tell your boyfriend. Be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously not blaming anyone.
Yes,
but
and do specify like, oh, you didn't do anything wrong.
This
I'm
is
not
just
saying you guys should stop
I'm
being
feeling.
friends. It's just like she's so great that I'm wondering like, what made you fall for me instead of want to stay with her? And hopefully he'll say things that make you realize, oh, we are different, and I understand why I'm a better fit for him, and I truly feel that he thinks that I'm a better fit for him. I think that's the missing piece for you. They said, have you ever compared yourself to your partner's ex or your ex's new partner? Thoughts?
Partner's egg.
Not me.
I'm a freak.
Oh? Yes, she is.
Oh, sorry, I said that really weird, like, and out of context. Sorry.
No, she didn't.
I like asking about exes, not in an insecure way. I am not
Just data gathering.
actually, I'm just so curious about my partner's past life.
Mhm.
Like, what have you gone through? I want to know everything about you. It's all fascinating,
Mhm.
including the people that you once liked.
Mhm.
It doesn't bother me
And
at all.
why and what happened.
Exactly. It's like I just want to know
More
everything,
more
you know?
I agree.
Not in a very again, it's nothing to do with insecurity. I'm just so curious.
Mhm.
So I have asked about their exes, like, how did you blah blah blah, all the stories, and I just love that shit. I just want to know everything about you. And
I'm
that
so
includes
with
your past
you.
relationships.
I think I've been very lucky to have never been in an instance. Basically, almost every guy that I was seeing, I ended things with. Except right? Except one, but we are on super good terms, and I'm so confident in the fact that we're incompatible that if he were to date anyone, I really wouldn't care. I'd be like, Papa King. But even for him, any future girls afterwards did not work out. So, yeah, everyone else, it's like, I didn't want to be with you anymore, anyways. And when I feel that way towards a guy, you could literally date Zendaya, and I'd be like, I still didn't want to be with him, and I would feel bad for Zendaya.
But you can't
know what I mean?
Zendaya because she's with Tom Holland and they're
It's true.
engaged or married.
Can I tell you something random?
What?
They're engaged, yes.
And they're the cutest couple. I follow their Instagram accounts.
You know how everybody idolizes that relationship so much? Did you know that they had like a 2-year period where they broke up, dated other people, and then got back together?
No clue, and don't tell me again. They are the perfect Hollywood couple, and I love them. They're gonna stay together forever. And if
Right?
they break up, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna break up.
Spider-Man needs to be with MJ.
But yeah, I think I feel like, okay, you know how you say I'm like delusionally optimistic? What?
No, I'm waiting. What's the follow-up?
I feel like I'm really, really good at coping, like good and bad coping, especially with relationships. Like, genuinely, if I'm done with someone, like, I'm so done. It's because I would never want to be in the place of someone dating you. And so I never end up in an instance like this. But I also feel like sometimes that's just out of luck. Like, I could see myself ending up with a guy and being like, damn, your ex was incredible. But I just haven't been in that situation yet. And I hope you can see it through, and I hope you get the reassurance you need. X's and O's. Mwah.
I think it's beautiful how we can find people that we love, and there's different phases in our life where
Me
we
too.
have different people that we love. And
Yeah.
those
Yeah,
are
it's really
fine,
cool.
those
Yeah,
memories
I
are
like that.
good in their own way.
You know what? Even this girl, you might think that she's a sweetheart and stunning and blah, blah, blah. And he might, like, you might have a conversation with him and he'll go, yeah, but I really didn't like that she did XYZ thing. And you'd realize we're all flawed human beings, and it's not like one person is objectively better than another, especially when it comes to romantic relationships. It's all about compatibility. And so maybe y'all are more compatible. Isn't that sweet? Yeah.
Me and Michael are compatible.
Anyways, don't you think we're compatible? Like in an opposites attract kind of way.
We're so opposite.
That are attracting.
Yeah, sure.
That's
funny.
Stop making me laugh. I'm gonna burst a stitch. All right, number 2. Hi, Pokey Lily. Can you read more? I'm actually not supposed to talk that much.
Let's see what voice. I first wanted to say that I have been watching the podcast since the start, and I'm so happy to
This
see all
suits
the
your
things
moody
you've
look.
seen and talked about along the way. It's truly the highlight of
thank
my
you, sweetie.
Saturdays, and I'm now watching this while I'm abroad in Korea. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 사랑해.
Gangnam Style.
I'm Korean. It's not true. I saw that photo on Twitter. You're Chinese.
I
Go ahead.
recently broke up with my ex-boyfriend of almost 3 years because I thought I had developed feelings for a girl my ex-situationship,
Ooh.
inevitably leading me to find out I am a lesbian.
Why not bisexual? But go on.
Eventually, as I started to explore my lesbian identity, I confessed my feelings to my situation at the time, Ari.
Ariana Grande?
Gulp. Ari is a year younger than I am and was so long. Ari is a year younger than I am, very supportive. She mentioned she liked me back but didn't want anything serious because I was going abroad for the whole year. We had a lot of miscommunication during the school year, which eventually led us to not pursue anything serious and have not really talked since this summer. This was my first woman love woman experience. Sorry.
She's not on TikTok, sorry guys.
And it hurt a lot. I would talk about Ari a lot to my friend, Avery, who knew how invested and serious I felt about Ari. I felt comfortable talking to Avery about this since she was kind, sweet, and would often joke around about dating, getting married, kissing, despite her saying she's not interested in girls. Fast forward to now. I am in Korea. I got a text from Avery
No.
saying she kissed Ari. She was bored and wanted to learn how to kiss someone. My feelings for Ari are still mixed and unsure, and Avery knew that too, so I was really confused as to why she would do that, knowing how things ended between
Everybody's
us.
everybody's
Avery has
bi
done
now.
so
It's
much for me
hilarious.
and was one of my first college friends, so I don't want to lose her, especially since she chose to tell me the truth rather than lie about what happened. I told her I was not upset. However, the more I think about this situation, the more heartbroken I feel. I was not only left confused by Ari, but now Avery is kissing her. Gulp. For fun. She claimed that it was not anything serious, as she just wanted to learn how to kiss. I love Avery and can't talk about this with anyone. I already told her it was okay, but it was not okay, probably. But now I don't know how to bring it up. I know I should have moved on from Ari by now, but it is still hard to do so. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I appreciate this section of the podcast. Heart question: would you guys forgive a friend that does
No.
this, especially if you had valued it so much?
That shit is whack.
That is very messy.
Yeah.
That's so messy. So if I'm understanding, so Ari and the OP,
Yep.
almost had
thing.
something, right? But didn't work out.
And
So-
then
and she was
she
really
was
hurt.
telling Avery about it,
Avery.
and then Avery kissed
And then
Ari.
Avery kissed her. Oh, yeah, no. That's weird.
I'll let you start before I pop off.
I think it is supremely weird that Avery.
That sounds like something that you could get at Taco Bell. Supremely weird. I like that. Sorry, go on.
I think that's ridiculously weird. Like, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes. Let's say, like, holy fuck, I love Pokey. Oh god, it's stirring something in me, right? Oh, I'm a lesbian. And then, but it just doesn't work because she has to move to Paris. It doesn't
Bye.
work.
Au
Bye.
revoir. Bisous.
So I'm like, oh god,
But then
Aria, I really like Pokey. And then later, Aria comes up to me. She's like, yeah, I kiss Pokey. What the fuck, Aria? Sorry,
What
not
the
really
fuck,
Aria.
Aria?
But what the fuck, right?
I mean, I'm pulling either way, but that's not the point. What?
Dude, I would have a serious conversation. You're not okay. You told her you were okay, but you're not okay. I would talk to her like, hey, what you did really hurt my feelings. Why did you do that? Like, I don't know. I'd be so hurt though. What would you do?
That is also what I would have done like 4 years ago, or 3, maybe 2, but not 1 and not now. Okay? Now I've learned when someone shows you who the fuck they are, believe them.
Yep.
Believe them. I'm so sorry. This is not like a oopsie doopsie.
Nope.
Accidentally
She's right.
knocked on the girl that you like.
No, it's an accident. No, it's not an
Respectfully,
accident.
And this
Excuse
is just my take. I'm not God. I'm not the arbiter of your friendships. You do as you please. But this is my personal opinion on this circumstance. When, like, for someone to overlook something like this, to me, it shows one of 2 things. Either 1, she's not really your friend and she doesn't really care about your feelings that much. Or 2, she is so inconsiderate and so almost self-centered that she would not even think about you while kissing the person that you spoke to her about repeatedly, And either way, for me, that is beneath my threshold and expectations for a friendship. And I don't feel like there is any amount of conversating with someone that is going to change that. There are misunderstandings in friendships, there are issues like that. This to me is not an issue that you solve, because this actually reminds me of a friendship I had in the past. And I went that same way about it. And I told them, like, hey, like, this thing that you did really hurt me. And the thing is, this person will likely say, oh, I'm really sorry. I won't do this again. But they will do something similar and hurt you similarly, but just in a different way. And then you're going to have this same conversation again. When the thing is, the issue is not just her kissing your friend, it's a lack of consideration and care for you. And again, I don't think that's something that you can really talk someone into. They either have it for you, they either have it in general for their friendships and others, or they don't.
Or you could confront
Very
them
sage.
and be like, why'd you kiss them?
You bitch!
You bitch!
And you fight. And then you film it and then you send it to us for an update.
Oh my god.
What?
Aria, why'd you do that?
Okay, but if it was Ari, you got another slap.
Huh?
Nothing?
What?
Nothing.
We need to talk after this.
But yeah, that's my take. If this is something you would never do to them, and they did it to you, and they didn't even frame it in like a oopsie, like sure she told you, but it's still fucked.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really fucked. It is fucked. I think it's up to you though. If you want to
Of
go
course,
that
it's
route.
up to you. But
If
that's my
it's that's
take.
like if sometimes you gotta hear it for yourself. But don't expect them to be honest either, because if they are capable of doing that, then you know.
Oh, it's a
And
legendary
sometimes the only
amulet.
way
I didn't know I
to
had
learn
this.
something is to learn it by experience. So sometimes, like,
Well, shit, maybe I
whether
should
it's
just
a
upgrade that
relationship or a
then.
friendship, the only way through is genuinely through. Like, maybe you'll have to forgive them, they'll fuck up again, and then you'll realize, oh, I shouldn't have forgiven them in the first place. That's what happened to me.
Oh, very rarely. People do change. I swear.
Very rarely.
Don't listen.
Very
rarely.
Very
People
rarely.
do change. I swear.
So rarely.
Rainbow mood.
Anyways, I really liked this Solas. So to the audience, I'm curious what you guys think. I'm curious.
Cool, I have a
what
legendary
you would
medallion
do.
now.
I
I didn't even
I'm
know.
curious if you guys
I
agree
didn't.
with
I had
my
no
take
clue.
or not. Please let us know in the comments. Like, would you forgive someone once they do something like this? Do you think it's always worth a confrontation, conversation?
You
giving
forgive,
someone
but you
another
don't
chance?
forget.
Let us know. Yay! Also, I'm sorry if I had resting bitch face today. I'm just numb. I can't move.
I'm numb too.
You forgive, but you
tired.
don't forget. It's an old cliche, but that's the correct attitude. You forgive your neighbors their trespasses, but you forget. You know. Yeah, sorry, you don't forget. You don't forget that they did it. You know, so and then in the future you can expect their trespass in that area again. They'll just keep doing it. And so at that point, you sever ties or you get your big confrontation out and get them to act right, or it's over. And the confrontation almost never works. So you best just, you know, forgive but don't forget, right? Like people can make mistakes and not really understand what they're doing and understand or not really care or not think about how it might hurt your feelings. But you don't forget. You don't forget. I was full. I'm now down at 200 pounds. That's good. And then we can go back out and farm. Yeah. I'm just gonna farm my way to 70 and then do this stupid soul trial and then finish out like the whole zone or whatever. And hopefully it'll be like, you know, around December when Fallout comes out, Fallout 76 gets the new expansion, and I'll focus on that just as hard as I focused on this. And then around like January or something, there'll probably be something else to play. I don't know what, but yeah. Okay, so I am trying to go up there to the river.
the way of like you are.
This was a good podcast. It went on for a long time. This hour felt like forever, and I didn't really like that. Here's someone I've never seen.
Hello, I'm Anastasia. I'm 26 years old, and I'm human.
Every Friday night, Julia's job is to compare the grocery prices of our neighborhood stores.
Are you alive? That's a difficult question to answer.
Nobody exists on purpose. Nobody will.
Ooh, DMCA off the bat, but I like her though. I will sub and say I like a sub.
Belongs anywhere.
Being human feels less like a choice and more like a punishment. Purpose and meaning are strictly held hostage by the CEOs who want to push us products of happiness and escape. Elon Musk, dare I say his name?
Oh yeah? What if I was rubbing my ass on the car?
I like her, but I don't like the style. Fallout 2 remake interview. All details. Fallout 2 remake. Fallout 2 remake?
The Fallout series is one of the most recognizable and beloved franchises in gaming history. Originally created by Interplay Entertainment, Bethesda later picked up the mantle and propelled the series to new heights. Set in a post-apocalyptic world where exploration, moral choice, and survival intertwine, Fallout's universe has inspired generations of fans around the world. After the massive success of Fallout 3, Bethesda released Fallout 4, a sleek, modern evolution that brought the series to a new generation. With its refined gameplay, expansive open world, and updated visuals, it was a commercial hit. But some fans felt that it lost a part of what made the original Fallout game so special: the deep RPG mechanics, reactive storytelling, and meaningful decision-making that defined the series' early days. Fallout 2 in particular was a standout entry, a masterclass in writing, player freedom, and consequence-driven design. Every choice mattered, every dialogue path could alter your fate, and your character truly felt like your own. Unfortunately, due to its dated visuals, its overhead camera angle, and technical limitations, many modern players never got the chance to experience that.
I played Fallout 2, it's a great game.
Well, that might be about to change, thanks to an upcoming Fallout 2 remake.
It's
a fan-made
not my favorite in the
project.
series.
The classic is being rebuilt entirely within the Fallout 4 engine. Much like Fallout London or
Fallout
Skycatlive,
4.
this ambitious remake aims to blend the best of both worlds. The depth, role-playing, and atmosphere of Fallout 2 combined with the modern visuals and gameplay of Fallout 4. I had the chance to sit down with Damien, the lead developer behind the Fallout 2 remake project, to talk about how the team is rebuilding this legendary game, from how they're translating its design into a modern engine, to the challenges of keeping the spirit of the original intact, and what fans can expect when it finally releases. So, without further ado, let's jump into the interview. Okay, so first question.
That's all I care to get from this video. Bye.
All right, so we're out here in downtown Los Angeles. We're gonna
It's
get a
Kaya.
protest. This is the second No Kings rally that's taking place, and today, given the participation from people from all different walks of life, backgrounds, and jobs, I thought it was a relatively safe, relatively tame protest, and therefore I thought it'd be safe enough to bring Kaya to as well. She's the Antifa commander-in-chief, as you guys know.
Goddamn right.
Briefly getting a feel for what's
They let us live here. This is their world that we fucked up, and that's goddamn right. She is the commander of fucking Antifa.
But see, there's other dogs here already. First,
there was a lot of dogs at motherfucking, No Kings. Yeah.
Order of business, we're gonna go find where Donnie is, because apparently he's around here somewhere. Kaya, come. Oh, there you are.
Is this the shock collar?
Yeah, it's the shock collar dog.
You just got down here?
Yeah, we just got down here. We're gonna be here for a little bit. Obviously, there's a heightened security environment.
Yeah. What's going on?
He brought his dog to the protest, just shove it at him. Like, you really think I'd torture my dog? Come on now.
I mean, I will say we've actually been talking to people here all day. A lot of people talk about you.
Me?
In a good way.
Oh, okay.
You're among we can walk a bit.
Yeah, let's do it. Kaya, come on, let's walk.
But your name came up at twice at the New York Mirror debate.
It's true. It did. Sure, but we gotta keep walking right now.
What's that all been like, and how have you become this sort of major talking point within the Democratic Party?
I don't know. I don't think I should ever be a talking point, especially in the New York City mayoral races at all. I mean, I'm obviously a supporter of Zoran. Kaya, come here, baby. She's never been around this many people before. I brought her out in public a lot.
Yeah.
But she's never been around like a big protest like this. Where is she? Yeah, she is. She has a camera on her. Kaya, come on.
She's the Antifa Commander-in-Chief, I told you.
Thank you. And I don't know what she's... I think she sees, she smells the hot dogs and wants to go there.
I had
Come
one.
on. Oh, really?
Yeah, they're $10.
Yeah, but as far as...
They're good.
As far as me being a primary concern for New Yorkers, I don't think I'm a kitchen table issue at all. In New York City, I am a supporter of Zoran, early supporter of Zoran. I really like a lot of the things that he's done in his campaign. I really like what he stands for, and I think the Democrats need more Zoran Mamdanis, and I'm willing to bet that if we were to ask people here right now, they would probably agree with that sentiment.
I agree.
You came to the previous No Kings, right?
Yeah, and I've also participated in the other ICE out of LA rallies as well. Those are a little bit more chaotic, I would say.
Yeah.
The police presence at those protests are definitely a lot more aggressive than the No Kings protests.
No Kings!
Protests are, like all age groups for the most part. So,
I mean, is this enough though? Because I mean, I was reading, I think David Brooks or somebody in the Atlantic this week. Like, is this actually enough? Showing off? I mean, as a movement to show off every couple of months.
no, it's not enough. But I try to tell everybody it's not bad to protest. It's good to protest. It's good to get people out in the streets. It's good to show that this administration that they do not have this broad popular mandate that they think they have. As much as we can, as loudly as we can. But obviously, we have to organize outside of that. We have to organize in our workplaces. We have to organize in colleges if we're on campus. And sorry, I walk very fast.
I mean, you have this. We're about the same height. I'm probably a bit taller. So
Yeah.
We have big paces. I get it.
True. But what? Oh. It's fine. It's.
I mean, one interesting conversation we're having here, right, with one of your big fans actually. You know, we're talking a bit about. I ultimately asked him the question when it comes to 2028, which seems like a very long time away. You know, I said, would you vote for Newsom? It was Newsom versus Vance, right?
Uh-huh.
And I mean, your fan of yours who says he's a socialist is like, probably not.
Yeah.
How?
I think it's good to express that early on.
Yes.
Before it turns into before that's the path that the Democratic Party heads down. Now, I can't talk too much about Newsom nowadays, because apparently he said I was a remarkably impressive figure.
Let's see it. I want to see it. I really like that sign. That's actually so funny. I love that the Mexican biker just rode by and the fucking sign is the Donald Trump eating a bunch of money. No kings! All tricks, no treats, bitch. All tricks, no treats.
He's a shirt that says MAGA. Mexicans against going anywhere.
Mexicans against going anywhere. Yeah, Mexicans against going anywhere.
With the Mexican flag.
Wait, sorry, what were you saying about Newsom?
Oh, I said he recently told one of my friends when he went on a Twitch stream that I was a remarkably impressive person, even if he doesn't fully agree with everything that I say. So I can't talk too much mean things. I can't say too many mean things about him right now. All jokes aside, though, I think Gavin Newsom, with his governance here, has done some great things as far as his rehabilitation advocacy. Not his own personal rehabilitation advocacy, but like he's been more susceptible on initiatives such as that one. But he's been abysmal when it comes to tackling homelessness and the housing market issues. And that is a primary concern, that's a universal concern at this point. And I feel like that's his weakest area. And for that reason, I'm terrified of like what it means about the Democratic Party if they choose to go in the Gavin Newsom direction. And
I guess this is what I'm getting at. Which, like when we spoke at the DNC last summer, you know, I think your argument was basically by putting a binder in, by putting a Paris that the party was not listening to basically people who watch you and many other young Americans.
Yeah. But it's not even just young Americans. Like, I think a lot of the people here want more. A lot of the people that are here right now, I suspect, want more from their representatives, want more from their Democrats. They want the Democrats to take action. You hear time and time again, wine moms at town halls in the middle of the country demanding that their politicians actually put their bodies on the line in some instances. So the anger is palpable. The anger is palpable, and it's not just coming from the youth. Certainly the youth experience a lot of the immediate impacts of economic crises, and there is a sense of hopelessness among the younger generations for understandable reasons. Having said that, I don't think this is just a youth-backed movement, and these kinds of actions actually show that, because you see you see older folks out here. They're not just holding up signs that say like "No kings, you're a tyrant," you know, "Orange man bad." They have specific things that they want out of this administration. And if the Democrats don't actually reflect on that, if the Democrats don't actually address those issues, and they go back to business as usual, and they go back to the harm reduction narratives that actually cost Kamala Harris the election already, who knows what'll happen. That is if we have another election to begin with.
Do you think the Democratic Party will actually listen to sort of this constituency more this time?
I hope. I mean, these things matter.
Yeah.
I hope they listen. I feel like Bernie has been running around doing the No Oligarchs tour to basically show, not the rest of the country necessarily, but to the Democratic Party, the establishment, that like this kind of messaging. Yeah, good to see you too. I hope you got some good footage out here today.
Yeah, what are you doing?
We're gonna walk around, depending on how she feels, because I feel like she's a little bit more nervous than she is.
Yeah.
And you've seen her at the gym, like she's used to being around people, she's used to being around loud noises.
Yeah.
But she just wants to smell everything.
We might catch you sometime soon. Come here, but
All right, good to see you. Bring her to the park area. Yeah, you can pet her. What's going on, man?
I would love to. Is it possible to ask you
She likes the dog more than him. Oh, that dog was not shocked.
So I was wondering if this protest is enough to get the change the people want here.
That's a question that I think a lot of protesters themselves right now are having as well.
To me, he's the most famous man in the world. He's not, but to me, he is.
I don't think this is going to automatically overnight make necessary changes in the government. But I think it's very healthy to express discontent as long as we can. And it does seem like the administration doesn't appreciate it. I mean, they're saying this is a Hamas protest. They're saying that this is an anti-America protest. They're very frustrated with these demonstrations, but it definitely helps. It definitely helps, especially when you show the administration that they do not have this popular mandate that they thought that they had, and that they can't get away with the erosion of civil liberties. They can't get away with the mass deportations, and they can't get away with the way they've operated so far.
So at what point
Hi.
do you think the United States are, like, is this a full-blown autocracy, or is this still the democracy why people enjoy being in this country?
I think the erosion of civil liberties is happening right now, but as long as due process holds, as long as First Amendment holds, even though the administration is actively going after that as well, and as long as like some semblance of the courts hold, we haven't fully succumbed to fascism. But I mean, those who know the history of fascist movements understands that this is a very important moment, and this is the moment where resistance is the most necessary in every way possible, whether it be civil disobedience, whether it be peaceful marches such as this one, or really any means necessary.
Last question, do you think this kind of protest is proof that the left can be united?
I think yes. Because this isn't just the left. There's a lot of liberals here. There's people from all different walks of life here. It's very obvious that this administration has drawn the ire of so many Americans who find it to be unconscionable. The mass deportations, the deployment of the National Guard, the deployment of the military in blue cities, and we have a government shutdown that's been ongoing, obviously. And in that process, the administration has started taking the initiative to stop funding for numerous Army Civil Engineering Corps projects that were supposed to happen in places like Baltimore, New York, numerous other places. So it's it doesn't seem like they are. It doesn't seem like they're going to stop unless they realize that they have to.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to take a portrait picture. That's the last thing I
that's
wanted.
fine.
Can you turn around a little bit?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you. Sure. Good? Thank you.
Yo, son. I'm Zach with CBS LA.
What's up, man?
Say something real quick.
Sure. Here, let's find a shade. Oh, thank you. Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm a really, really big fan of
Oh, nice to meet you guys. Hi, thank you for being here.
you. Radicalize me. Is it okay if I have a picture with you?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I also? Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
She's so beautiful.
I got you right here.
All right.
And you and I just talk. Ignore the camera, okay?
Okay.
Got it.
I can do that.
Easy.
All right.
First name, last name, spell both, please.
Hassan Piker, Hasanpiker.
And what's your title?
I'm a political commentator.
Okay. You don't have to lean into the mic. It'll get you.
Okay.
I'm Zach. This is Ben. We're with CBS LA. Thanks for taking the time.
Of course.
Why are you out here today?
I'm out here to show support and to experience solidarity and feel a sense of hope that we are united as a people and that there are more of us
United
than
as
there
a
are
people.
to wish to continue with the unjustifiable practices government is participating in.
What do you want people to know about this march here today? What is your message?
My message is
In short.
My message is the people united will never be defeated, and that we will fight fascism every step of the way.
A couple weeks ago, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He's a political commentator.
Yes.
You're also a political commentator. I see you're in a...
I was supposed to debate him.
Vest. You were supposed to debate
It's
him.
not a bulletproof vest. It's an airsoft vest. It's more so just so I have a press badge so I don't get shot at by the cops.
Got it.
Even though I feel like sometimes it feels like a target more than anything else, especially if you're not beyond the police line, but in front of the police line alongside a bunch of people.
The idea is, I'm asking you, you decided to be here today despite that violence taking place. You know, why is it important for you to get out here and are you taking security steps for yourself?
I mean, maybe not great security steps, but the reality of the matter is I go to these protests all the time, and the only time I actually ever feel insecure is when police are just like rushing through and tear gassing the protesters that are exercising their First Amendment rights. The times where I feel the most secure is actually when I'm in a big crowd like this one, where I'm surrounded by other tax-paying citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights and
I feel safe there.
Telling the government that they have a lot of discontent.
And how important is that, you think, the dialogue, the First Amendment, expressing the First Amendment?
I think it's the most important. Once that falls, I think...
Oh, I didn't know you could do this.
Dictatorship.
I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could do this.
No, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You got tired, huh? You got tired from all the media attention. Yeah. Yeah, you can pay, Kai. Go ahead. Sure, let's do it. Oh, thank you.
His dog is more fucking... She is beautiful. Oh my god.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys.
One of my biggest.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you for being awesome. Oh, watch out. Thanks, man.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, he's like a politician.
Okay.
If they do anything to him, it'll be war. I get scared of it.
Okay.
They usually do shoot. They usually shoot. They usually shoot us with high-power rifles from across the street. The really good liberal fucking luminaries. They usually shoot us with high-power rifles from across the street. It's not some secret. It's not some lie. It's not some exaggeration. It's what generally fucking happens, and I get so scared of it with him. I get scared that if I like him like Kurt Cobain, he'll just be another one that burns out rather than fades away. I'm so scared of it.
She might not want to be interviewed.
This is how it was for me when going down there. That like this is kind of how it felt.
I would love to be interviewed.
Okay.
What up?
What's going on?
Hi, do you need water?
I was just giving her some, but.
Oh, good.
So what are you doing here today?
My organization is called Activist Support LA.
Mm-hmm.
Activist Support LA.
We are setting up a medic station and then also just providing like a little bit of water and snacks. But generally speaking, if anybody
I get scared they're gonna kill him. I don't know what'll happen if that happens.
And we also have street medics roaming through the streets.
How do you feel about the Trump administration trying to make the active mutual aid at protests illegal?
They can kiss my ass and they can talk to my lawyer.
Hell yeah.
I will keep doing this forever. Sorry.
So, thank you so much.
Keep on shining!
It's one of the impromptu medic tables that we have here. You usually see this with people with carts at numerous protests, as you guys know from the previous Ice Out of LA protest that we attended. There's sometimes people that set up tents like this, or in other instances, there are people who just walk around with carts and hand off masks.
He looks like Clark fucking Kent, like a traditional fucking American. It's awesome.
And
Fievel Goes West. He looks like Fievel Goes West. That's such a fucking good movie. Fievel Goes West 2 was such a fucking good movie. Fievel Goes West.
face shields. Yeah, goggles.
Fievel Goes West. Yup, an American Tale. Fievel Goes West. I love Fievel. This was Steven Spielberg. Fievel Goes West. Philip Glasser, James Stewart, Don DeLuise, Kathy Cavadini. Yes, Fievel Goes West.
Oh, we're good. Thank you so much. She has goggles here as well, and also ear protection. Saline solution. What's the saline solution for?
This is to help flush out
Tear
your
gas.
eyes if you get any sort of chemical agent in your eyes. Water is the first thing. If you've got water, you can do that. Just keep flushing. But otherwise, saline is the next step.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much for your. Oh no, I'm live. Yeah.
Can you tell people
To tens of thousands of people, baby.
ran out of all of our water? Well,
We ran out of all of our water.
we ran out of all of our water. We just ran through about 150 waters. It was all that I could personally carry. If you are able to drop off water at First and Grand, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. That's how it's done, folks.
That's how it's done. Perfect.
Look at your little Kafia.
Thank you. I'll run the move for you.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Be safe out there.
What's up, man? Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You probably just saved us with the water. Thank you. You're so cute.
Cool, clean water.
Thank you for coming out with. Of course.
I love Caves and Cut because it's like drink and shake, friend. It's like every time you meet somebody, you like, here's share water with me.
A lot. Of course, always. It's for myself as much as it is for everybody else to be out here.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate what you do.
Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. Yeah, 1 second. I'll do it right now. I'll see if she'll like pull up here or not.
For all that stuff.
Wait.
His dog is more popular than him.
He's coming here in the car. Here. Shh, Kaya. Come here, boo boo. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Sit. Kaya. Kaya, sit.
There was one. I think that's totally.
Kaya, sit. Good girl.
Right. Oh, at the feet.
Just kill the whole bottle. It's just like, so good water. She's a thirsty dog. I wish I was in LA yesterday or whatever. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I was in LA yesterday. Oh, the sun came out. Nice. It's beautiful.
Girl.
Good girl.
Good girl.
I should go for a walk.
One more.
It's a thirsty puppy.
There it is. All right. All right. Okay. All right, we should. This is a shorter stint than I envisioned it, but quick in and out, and we'll go back to our regular coverage from home base. Since, like I said, I don't want to be here when, I don't want to be here with Kaya when the protests turn, when the police start escalating.
Hi, Kaya. Thank you, bro.
All right.
Thanks for everything.
Everyone.
Seriously. Thank you so much. Pop out to Chicago sometime.
Yeah. Oh, I will be. I'll be going back soon as well.
Hell yeah.
All right. All right, you too. You got a little taste of that, Kaya. You got a little bit of your first experience. How was it? I've never had her pull this much before. That's why I was a little nervous, because I thought that she was, I was worried that she was, like, excited, you know? Like, too,
hurt her heart.
It's like too chaotic of an environment.
Scare her heart, yeah.
Like, first and foremost, I wanted to go to that, one, to prove to myself that, you know, this is not all of the
denied
all the
to
things
you
that have taken place with, like, Charlie Kirk and everything else, that, like, I'm not afraid of going outside. And more importantly, like, I mean it when I say it's impossible not to feel black-pilled when you're exclusively talking to other people online. So going to those sorts of things, going to protests and whatnot, they do unironically help. Like, it, even if you go for a little bit, even if you attend for a brief moment, like, when you're surrounded by all these other people that they have the same opinions as you, they see the same issues that you see, and they want an outlet, they want to vent their frustrations in public against all odds. It's a remarkable feeling. That's always the reason why I tell people, like, I urge people to definitely participate in protests, go out and protest, go out and organize in your communities, go out and organize in your workplace. It's really good for your own mental health as well. It has the exact opposite impact that staying indoors has. I feel like
it's very good. I loved it.
Every moment that you spend off Twitter.
I like going to the mall. I used to love going to the fucking mall and just sitting there.
And surrounded by other people, even if they're not like-minded, even if they don't agree with you entirely the whole way, it still doesn't matter. Like, every moment that you spend experiencing solidarity is good. It's good for your mental health. It will reinvigorate you. It will remind you of what really matters. Because maybe I'm speaking for myself, because I am, as is required of me because of my job, extremely online and constantly having to deal with, like, an endless torrent of nonsensical opinions. And I don't mean just like the
wow, this is the best I've ever seen Fog look in a game. This is the right way to do Fog.
Things of that nature. I think that's,
it
like,
doesn't
way more bothersome
affect your frames at all. And it looks like Forest Fog. It's the best Fog I've ever seen in a game.
But being able to go outside and be surrounded by people who are protesting is one of the best ways to really recenter yourself. Turns out, man is a social animal, and human connection is a necessity.
It is.
Sort of
been thinking about that a lot lately. I need to get back into some kind of group activity, but I don't know what the fuck it would be.
Or, the thing is, like, those online people that are expressing their insane opinions, like, they have those insane opinions in the real world as well.
Yeah, they do.
It's just that when they're in the real world, when you're surrounded by human beings, when you are, when you have all of these other markers, like the human touch, olfactory cues, things like that, your body language, like that level of communication is just so different than how you receive insane opinions online. A person that has that kind of opinion online in the real world is probably going to shy away from giving you the full scope of their perspective, or is going to be much more agreeable. You know? Because that's just in our nature. We want to be liked. We don't want to come across like we're insane. Unless we are literally insane, and some people are, but you know.
Maybe I should go to karaoke on like Saturday nights. The best karaoke in Bellingham or whatever. End of the Republic, Bill Nye warns America, no kings.
Of fulfilling that generational mandate, because with public sentiment, nothing can fail, and without it, this system cannot succeed.
Yeah. DC, no kings. It's Bill Nye the Science Guy, bitch.
And now, welcome to this No King stage, an American science educator, engineer, comedian, television presenter, inventor, keynote speaker, and author. He is a respected champion of scientific literacy who has challenged opponents of evidence-based education and policy on climate change, evolution, and critical thinking. Please welcome Bill Nye, the Science Guy.
Yeah, Bill Nye.
Woo!
No kings.
We love that song. Hello, DC. Fellow citizens, it is wonderful to see so many of us out here today. We are here for the same reason our ancestors gathered here in 1776. We want our government to run without a king. Our government is based on ideas embodied in a constitution. Among other remarkable features, it guarantees our freedom to speak, as we're doing here today. Rather than doing one monarch's bidding, we have agreed to form a democracy, to work together, and to follow the laws that derive from it. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
No kings!
As many of you know, I am a native Washingtonian. I grew up here
against everything we built this on. It's against everything we built this on. We built a democracy. The public's opinion is the best.
Sitting on my father's shoulders and waving to astronauts as we, as a nation, celebrated their accomplishments back in 1964. In 1964, that was the first year my parents could vote for president as citizens of the District of Columbia. We still do not have voting representation in the district.
Wow.
Someday, perhaps.
Someday, perhaps.
I remember well Martin Luther King's dream and Resurrection City, the plywood structures on the National Mall erected to house protesters who came to town demanding equal rights and opportunities, barely a month after Dr. King had been assassinated. I remember well the Vietnam War. The mall was shoulder to shoulder, much as it is today. Traffic stopped citywide. The protest movement expanded. There were protests around the country, and the war was ended. We are protesting in the same fashion today. Only today, the stakes are higher. rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic. We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong. They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones.
No kings.
No king.
No thrones, no crowns, no kings. He's good at this.
This president and his associates cannot tolerate dissent. To them, our free speech is frightening. They are arresting people and denying due process in courts. They've tried to silence television hosts. They're trying to indict civil servants, prosecutors, judges, even their own cabinet members.
Yep.
But in this land, these sorts of actions are not new. In 1776, our ancestors had enough. They declared independence from a king by means of a document stored safely right over there on Constitution Avenue in the National Archives.
National Archives. I've been there.
Although it was conceived 249 years ago, the Declaration of Independence describes a train of abuses connected with an absolute authority, a king with absolute power. No thrones,
no crowns, no kings.
Their king had refused to honor the law. Their king had refused to let lawmakers be elected. The king had made court judges dependent on his will. They cited the king sending, quote, swarms of officers to harass our people. Their language referred to, quote, cruelty and faithlessness scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous of ages. Their king was trying to, quote, render the military independent and superior to civil power. Our founders even censured King George for cutting off trade with all parts of the world. Do these actions sound familiar? 249 years later, no crowns, no thrones, no king. In short, the founders believed their king was, in their words, quote, totally unworthy to be the head of a civilized nation. No thrones, no crowns, no kings. Although the United Nations has been the world's leader, and although the United States has been the world's leader in science for decades, this president and the members of his cabinet even failed to accept scientific facts. Contrary to Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, they do not promote the progress of science. They suppress it to the detriment of our health, well-being, and international competitiveness. It is a formula for failure. How did we get here? It hasn't been one instance of abuse of the power of executive order by this president. It hasn't been just one twist in a court ruling. Instead, it has been years in the making. Enabled by this president, a group of Confederates has worked together to undo many of our traditions and understandings of fairness and of citizens' rights. And they've done this through an odd legal tactic to overwhelm our court system with legal game after legal game, trying to hold or impound money secretly in order to let legal deadlines pass, to pretend that people they don't know, who are from different backgrounds, are somehow not quite citizens and not worthy of respect under the law. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
No kings.
Let us now raise our voices. We are here demanding a return to the rule of law. Let the world know that we will suffer no king. We will put the United States back on a course to lead the world in fair governance. Together, no thrones.
No crowns. No kings.
Thank you all. Let's change the world.
I agree. Let's change the way we eat. Let's change the way we treat each other. Oh, Bernie in DC.
Thank you, Washington.
Thank you, Bernie.
Thank you, Indivisible.
They're not fucking around with it. Jesus. They're like, no, we're not doing a Charlie Kirk on the people we actually like.
You to the millions
Wow.
of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities in every state
Oh, Bernie, you're like my Yoda.
who are
It's like Yoda. He's like, he furrows his brow like Yoda, and then he starts fucking casting the Force lightning. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking awesome.
gathering today at thousands of rallies. Mike Johnson,
Boo!
the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events. Boy,
Bullshit.
does he have it wrong. Millions of Americans are coming out today.
I stand with America.
Because they hate America. We're here because we love America.
Yeah.
We're here because we're going to do everything
We will do what we will do with our love, not our hate. Love, not hate.
Of men and women who over the last 250 years fought and sometimes died to defend our democracy and our freedoms. In 1776, with extraordinary courage, the founders of our country announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England. A king who had absolute power over their lives. They demanded freedom. And to bring that about, they fought a bloody war against the British Empire and the most powerful military in the world. Tens of thousands of Americans died in that 8-year war, but our
God, I love it when my people actually show up.
And they won.
I've been living it out here in this. I've been living out here in this. 7 of the last 10 years homeless.
After winning that war, they did something extraordinary. They established the first democratic form of government in modern history. They said loudly and boldly to the entire world, no more kings.
No kings.
In America, they said, we the people will rule. And today,
No more kings. No more kings. No more kings.
Today in the year 2025, in this dangerous moment in American history,
Yeah.
our message is exactly
The same. Love, not hate.
President Trump, we don't want you
Love thy
or
neighbors.
any other king to rule us.
No. We are the public. We are the Commonwealth. We will decide how this goes, not you.
But we will maintain our democratic form of society. We will not move toward authoritarianism in America. We, the people, will rule. When he was sworn in as the nation's first president,
George Washington called this attempt at self-government, quote, an experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people, end quote.
Yeah.
My fellow Americans.
He says, you can hear how shaky he felt about it. He's like, we'll see if this works. Yeah.
Is now in danger.
Yeah.
It is in danger.
We had a good experiment once, and we can keep it a good experiment.
More and more power in his own hands and in the hands of his fellow oligarchs. It is have a president who claims that peaceful protests in Portland, Oregon, or Chicago, Illinois, is an insurrection, and calls in the U.S. military, and then threatens to arrest the mayors and governors who resist them. It is in danger when we have masked agents working for ICE, breaking down doors, throwing people into vans without due process, and taking them to God knows where.
Boo.
It is in danger when we have a president who sues and intimidates the media, who wants no criticism of him and his policies, and who undermines the First Amendment of our Constitution, the very foundation of American democracy. Our country is in danger when we have a president who threatens to arrest or imprison political opponents who stand against him, including the Attorney General of New York State, a sitting U.S. Senator, and the Governor of California. It is in danger when we have a president who undermines freedom of thought and dissent at our colleges and universities, and who attacks law firms that oppose him in court. It is in danger when we have a president who threatens to impeach judges who rule against him. It is in danger when we have a president who ignores Congress, refuses to spend money that Congress appropriates, and takes away money from states who voted against him. It is in danger when we have a president who demands we draw congressional maps to ensure that his chosen candidates win future elections. It is in danger when we have a president who illegally fires tens of thousands of federal employees right here in Washington, D.C. and throughout our country, and rips up union contracts workers have fought for and won. It is in danger when we have a president who grossly violates the Constitution by accepting gifts from foreign leaders, including a $400 million plane from the royal family of Qatar, and then allows that family to build an Air Force facility in Idaho. Let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country. Yes, I am talking about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and the other multi-billionaires who were sitting right behind Trump when he was inaugurated. Remember that? The very same billionaires who funded his campaign, who have bestowed gifts upon him, and who have seen huge increases in their wealth and power since Trump took office. Yeah, yes, I am talking about the insanity of one person, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households.
Take him down, Bernie. Fuck him. He's got too much.
About the incredible
He's stolen from us.
Of the top 1% in America now owning more wealth.
They've stolen all our money.
93%.
Nah, we're gonna change that. Fuck that. Fuck you, assholes.
About the richest people in America becoming much, much richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling every day to pay their rent and mortgages, pay for child care and education, pay for their health care and prescription drugs, afford decent quality food for their kids, and maybe, just maybe, put aside a few bucks for their retirements. I am talking about our nation, the richest country in the history of the world, having the highest rate of childhood and senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. I am talking about our great nation, having 85 million Americans uninsured or underinsured, and 800,000 people who are homeless, including people a few blocks from here. All the while Mr. Musk is on his way to becoming a trillionaire.
A trillionaire.
I am talking about the incredible danger of the richest people in this country pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into artificial intelligence and robotics, which in the next decade will decimate tens of millions of jobs for the American working class.
Fuck them.
I'm talking about a billionaire class who believe that they have the divine right to rule.
Light bloom.
And who not only want massive
Life wisp.
tax breaks for themselves, but who reject any form of accountability or checks on their power. My fellow Americans, we rejected the divine right of kings in the 1770s. We will not accept the divine right of oligarchs today. And now let's take a brief look at where we are today. Where we are today on the 18th day of a government shutdown, which is depriving millions of federal employees of the paychecks they desperately need and deserve. Let me cut to the chase and tell you exactly what this shutdown is all about. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful, disgraceful bill, which made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, 15 million 15 million low-income and working-class Americans are going to lose the health care they desperately need to stay alive. And my friends, studies suggest that 15 million people off of the health care they presently have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every single year. 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. But that's not all. As a result of that same terrible piece of legislation, over 20 million Americans are going to see on average a doubling of their health insurance premiums through the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont just the other day, people received notices from insurance companies that their health care premiums in some cases would triple or quadruple.
Boo.
And that is going on all over the country. At a time when we already pay, by far, the highest prices in the world for healthcare, millions of Americans are going to see outrageous increases in their healthcare premiums, which they cannot afford. And why is that happening? Why are the Republicans making a broken healthcare system, a dysfunctional healthcare system, even worse? Why are they bringing our healthcare system to the verge of collapse?
They hate us.
We all know the answer. We all know
Assholes.
it was to give
They hate us.
$1 trillion in tax breaks to Mr.
We're
Musk,
the public and they hate us. Fuck them.
Miss Allison, and the rest of the 1%. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, and the ACA, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%.
Boo!
That, my fellow Americans, is what this shutdown is all about. And let me be as clear as I can be. No, I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off their health care. No, I will not vote for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. No, I will not vote for a budget that forces nursing homes, rural
I wouldn't either,
community
no.
health centers to lay off staff and close their doors throughout this country.
They hate us.
All to give huge tax breaks
To the rich.
billionaire
Yeah,
class.
fucking assholes. Tax breaks, too. So
So
dumb.
today, right now, I say to my Republican colleagues, come back from your month vacation. Start negotiating.
Month
and
vacation.
do not allow the American healthcare system to be destroyed.
In this economy?
Shut down.
The fuck do you need a month vacation for? I want your jobs.
My fellow Americans, we are the greatest country in the history of the world. And when we stand together and don't allow demagogues to divide, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Yes, we can create a vibrant democracy by ending Citizens United and not allowing billionaires to buy elections. Yes, we can join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child as a human right. Yes, we can build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing and allow our younger generation to enjoy the American dream and own a home of their own. Yes, we can make public colleges and universities tuition-free and have the best child care and public school system in the entire world. Yes, we can expand Social Security so that every senior in our country can retire with dignity. Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. Yes, we can lead the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuels and create millions of good jobs as we save the planet.
As we save the world.
Yes, we can guarantee that every woman in this country has the right to control her own body.
Goddamn right. I'm sick of your bullshit with autonomy. Drugs, their bodies, it's all the same. Get out of our fucking bodies. What do you care if I do heroin? What the fuck do you care?
American taxpayer dollars be used to starve children in Gaza or any place else. And now let me raise a question that I've been asked over and over again, you know. Bernie, great ideas, but how are you going to pay for them? Great question.
Great question, yeah. Pay for them? I don't know. Like, do any of these things cost money? Using our brains and not being dumb? I don't know. Does it cost any money to stop being, like, shitheads to women? I don't know. I'm just saying. Ooh, look at all this weed and scale cord. Yeah. I like seeing the loot in the middle of the screen so I can just see what I'm looting, you know? I don't have to move my eyes or anything. Lazier the better. Okay, let's loot this place and dock up because it's feeling kind of sketch. You know, I'm thinking I might actually work Final Fantasy out of my system for a little while. I could pay for retail again, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know what my account status is if it's reoccurring or not. I don't know. I like retail. I'm gonna stay off private because I'm fucking terrified they're gonna lose that server. And I'd rather just put all my work into some character that I won't lose, you know? They just did it to Turtle WoW. I don't know why they wouldn't do it to the other ones. They're corpo bastards. I know they will. I do love Final Fantasy retail though. I don't see why I don't just pay for a yearly. Probably next month I will. I'll probably pay for a yearly of yearly of Final Fantasy 11. So I just have it on all the time. I love Final Fantasy 11. I love New World. I love the New World is here for me right now in between the games. You know, I don't mind like kind of putting New World back in my main rotation. It kind of like, it gets stagnant after a bit, but now the trophy grind and the house grind feels really, really good. And I'm starting to see this thing where I could get off this character, you know, and start over and do the whole experience again, you know, because I all have capped out 3 fucking houses, 15 trophies, 100,000 gold, all the weapons, all the materials, all the professions, all the skins, fox mount, all that stuff, you know, in like a year or something like that. And it's like at that point you just start over and take another character to all the way, all the weapons. It'll feel good and fresh and new then. And like all the weapons, all the ECRs, all that loot, another 100,000 gold, all the professions, get 3 houses, 5 cars, or whatever it is in New World again. And I could see this being a main. It's just barely there if you can do something like that. And in the meantime, they just keep doing new content because they don't want to lose their game. So there's always something fresh generally. Like, this is fresh enough for me now. Like, I might get tired of this place, but, you know. Yeah, I want to get that thing. Give me the river crest. Yeah, give me the trees. I like the trees. Yeah, this is too good of a copse not to lose. Ironwood trees. You know, I'm not going to take this guy's ironwood. He was standing here first. That's all right. I'm not going to take this guy's trees. You can just have them. Fuck it. I don't own the trees. Like, you know, I can come over here and take this silkweed patch instead. Let him have his ironwood. I want this silkweed or whatever. Yeah, you know. You know, I used to play the song that speeds up your gathering, and I forgot that even exists, and I'm probably going to do that right now. But first, I'm going to pick all this weed before he does. I like the music at the level it's at right now. I should see what the level is. It's at 14. Okay. It's really faint, but I like it. It's even okay in the background with YouTube videos and stuff. It's interesting. So I had to restart